the 10, a 9 or a 10, like Aristarchus. And lots of little bright spots are just starting to pop up on in this view. To the north, as you look up at the North Pole, there is a very distinct crater with a lot of a very defined central peak that is also 3 in albedo, and all of that area past it, going to the horizon, gets lighter and lighter, and is very, very high albedo. And I will go look and find the name of that feature if I can look that up. And then to the south, really getting some interesting geography and topography in the South Pole Aiken Basin. And the view of the South Pole is quite amazing. We've got some Terminator there, as well as the limb view, and there is a very distinct crater right at the South Pole. And I'm going to go look up, I don't believe that is Aiken, but I'm going to go look up the name of that one because it's also giving a lot of good topography due to the shadows that I'm seeing. But that's, I was trying to bound the view that I'm seeing for you, and I got distracted by all of these interesting albedo variations that are popping up in the interior. But that's the view that we see just a Vavilov diameter to the west beyond is where the Terminator is. Just beyond, I think Copernicus is the easternmost feature that we can see. A very nice ringed, very nice structure crater to the north with a great high albedo central uplift to the north, and the south is dotted by a very characteristic crater with a lot of terrain, shadow features, and I will go try to find some landmarks to put names with those. Any questions for the observation team?
Integrity Science, love the descriptions. You're definitely looking odd up there. Appreciate seeing the training being implemented. Especially interested in your descriptions of the dark patches. You compared the comma-looking features to the albedo you see in Grimaldi and notice that you're starting to see those color differences popping out. Any observations you want to make, especially when you get on, the PCD in a little bit, would really help us tease out the differences in those dark Mare deposits. Great description, Victor. Keep them coming.
Absolutely will do, and I know you've got descriptions on both of the window observers right now as well. Keep them coming.
Great evidence of how well trained this crew is by the science team. NASA astronaut and pilot of the Artemis II mission, Victor Glover, calling down a situation report, noting several different features on the moon and such descriptions, even saying that it looks like snow on some of the peaks. Obviously, we do not expect that to be snow, but referencing that as some of the lighting on how it looks to the Artemis II crew from their current position. The team is slated to be switching their positions at the windows now. Both Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen have been at windows 2 and 3, one taking photos, one making observations and annotations on their portable computing device. At this time, we also anticipate that they are looking at a crater duo. One of those is Glushko, and the other is Ohm. The team is looking to know the extent of Glushko's ray system and how its rays differ in the Mare versus the Highlands. They also want the team to compare the ray systems of Glushko to Ohm. Ohm is considered a young crater. And if you've ever seen a photo of the Richat structure, it's also known as the Eye of the Sahara. It's 40 kilometers in diameter, and that could fit within Ohm's interior. The team is specifically interested in descriptions of that ray visibility, including the color, albedo. Remember, albedo is the brightness or the surface reflection, and the reach. Again, I am using the same lunar targeting package that the crew is referencing on board right now. This helps keep them on time as well as prompt them for when they need to make a call down to the science team and report what they're saying. It also gives them reminders of when they need to swap positions at the windows. Additionally, I'm using the Artemis II Lunar Science Passport developed by Amber Turner and the Artemis II Lunar Science team. Now, this passport did not fly with the crew, but they used it extensively as a study guide here on Earth. So a lot of the descriptions and comparisons you hear today are developed directly by the science team. We are now 4 days, 20 hours, and 43 minutes.
Science, integrity, that crater to the north, that is, it's like we've got one in the north that looks like just a textbook crater, and one on the South Pole as well. The one on the north, I think, is Pythagoras. And what I wanted to highlight about that is it is either a very distinct central uplift or just a very defined area of high albedo. If a majority of the crater, especially the floor of the crater, is, say, an albedo of 5, this center, and only a tenth of the diameter of Pythagoras is an albedo of 2, maybe 3, but it is very bright and it stands out. And then between that crater and the actual what is the horizon from here, there seems to be another crater right on the horizon, and right on the edge of that is another patch of that albedo. It seems to be between the two craters. It's hard to tell from this grazing angle, but there is another spot just further north beyond Pythagoras. Between the two, I can draw a picture of this one and show you where that very high albedo, again, another 2 albedo surrounded by 5 and most of the area bounding it.
Integrity Science, thanks for that. We agree with the Pythagoras assessment. And as a follow-up to your previous report, the SIR had questions about topography comparisons between the North Pole and the South Pole of the Moon, if you're willing to provide words on that.
Topography comparisons, absolutely. And if you have any idea what, if you draw a line between Pythagoras and the western edge of the outer defined ring of Oriental, it intersects a beautiful textbook crater on the south. I would love to know the name of that. The topography differences, now the South Pole has a little bit of a benefit that it has more of the terminator, and I can see a little more shadowing there, but there's a nice crater right at the South Pole, so that's the main thing defining the topography there. Seems to be quite a bit of elevation change. I can see some very jagged shadows, a 90-degree just to the west of that crater at the South Pole. I can see a very distinct change in the shadow directions, indicating, I don't know, a very high wall or a very deep canyon just to the west of that. Um, and in the north, it seems to be that from sort of the edge of the mare that's dark, which is maybe one Pythagoras diameter south. If you draw a ring about that, maybe the top 7 degrees of the moon, and just draw a ring around that. The near side is an albedo of 5 and looks quite smooth from here. And then along the same edge of the mare, the edge of the mare that kind of Grimaldi's just outside of, Glushko is just outside of, Carroll Crater is just outside of, and you start to see the stark differences between the darker 7/8 and the 5s and 6s. The 4s and 5s. If you follow that line up to the north, that line is also where the change in topography happens at the North Pole. The line defining the light and dark on the edge of the mare that you can see from Earth. Draw that line, roughly the midpoint of all that, straight to the North Pole. And on the side facing the Earth, you see smoother topography and dotted by Pythagoras and its next door neighbor crater. And then on the far side, you see a lot more cratering and a lot more topography. And again, the far side has the benefit of a little terminator there, but I am seeing a variation in the topography. It seems to be more jagged and a more challenging place to find a place to land and to even traverse in the south. All around the South Pole, and at the North Pole, it seems to be it would be more challenging to translate on the far side of the North Pole compared to the near side of the North Pole around Pythagoras.
Copy all, Victor. You really help paint a contextual picture of what you're looking at. We really appreciate the way that you're guiding us into the areas you're seeing by drawing comparisons between recognizable features. Thanks for that.
And Kelsey, another little science sit-rep moment, something I just heard from the window team is the more I look at the moon, the browner and browner it looks. I thought that was an interesting observation. The 2 observers have been on timeline, no hardware issues. They did start to talk a little bit about another feature that you'll hear more about on the recordings that they call the handprint. That was at the end of their Glushko and before they moved into their current target. They thought that was worth chatting a little bit more about. And they're preparing to switch after this.
Houston copies and concurs.
Hey, Houston and Science Integrity, another just observation from the human. My eyes have shifted a little bit since I've been up here. I've been wearing my reading glasses to look at the PCD. Well, this is a very taxing event on the eyes, looking out the window and seeing the very bright moon, then coming back inside to the dark cabin and trying to work cameras and microphones and logistics and lunch and those kinds of things, and then looking at the PCD, which is dimly lit. It's just been an exercise. It is a difficult thing to manage it. I'm up and down on the glasses and then having to wait as my eyes adjust when I come back in. As soon as I look back into the cabin from looking out the window, I can feel my eyes adjusting, and I just have to work through it as they adjust.
Appreciate that report, Victor, and know that we are prepared to read you up targets from the ground if that would give you the ability to keep your eyes focused on the moon and not having to swap between that and the PCD. Just let us know.
Yeah, we appreciate that, Science, and we will also do that for the window teams, and we'll back each other up that way as well. But we appreciate that. We may take you up on that. Thanks.
Continued detailed descriptions from the Artemis II crew aboard Orion. Again, this is a test flight, the first time we've flown humans aboard this spacecraft. So every detail, even that it's difficult to look outside the window and then back at the PCD, that portable computing device, every single detail is appreciated as we prepare for future missions. Glover also mentioned that he is now wearing his glasses now that he's in space and that his eyes have shifted a bit. This is something that happens when our astronauts go to space. There is a fluid shift from the lower half of your body up into your head, and that can cause changes in your eyes. It's something that we have seen over time for some crew members, especially now that we have been living and working on the International Space Station for over 25 years. Again, it's clear that these Artemis II astronauts have undergone extensive lunar science training, including classroom instruction, fieldwork, and high-fidelity simulations. Training expeditions even took place in analog environments like the Icelandic Highlands and the Kemasassen impact crater in Labrador, where crews practiced identifying and describing geologic features under varying conditions. Additionally, here at Johnson Space Center, Orion mock-ups were used to rehearse crew choreography, including three-dimensional space management with an inflatable moon globe to simulate the flyby. And while on Earth, the crew also used that small lunar passport that I mentioned with descriptions, photos, and prompts to help them study the features we hope they'll see. Now, this is a view from their lunar targeting package at this time, helping them determine what they're seeing on the moon, as well as on the left, keep up with what their next target will be. As you can see, we have got a long list and an exciting day ahead of us. It's now been 4 days, 20 hours, and 53 minutes since Orion launched atop the Space Launch System rocket from Kennedy Space Center in Florida with our 4 crew members aboard. NASA astronauts Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, and Christina Cook, and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. The Artemis II crew passed a major milestone today when they passed the Apollo 13 distance record at 12:57 p.m. Central, 1:57 p.m. Eastern. That Apollo 13 distance record was 248,655 statute miles from Earth.
And Houston, another observation, whole moon. When you look at the moon, something I've never seen in photographs before but is very apparent, all the really bright new craters. Some of them are super tiny. Most of them are pretty small. There's a couple that really stand out, obviously. And what it really looks like is like a lampshade with tiny pinprick holes and the light shining through. They are so bright compared to the rest of the moon.
We copy, Christina. Thank you. Looks like you guys might be doing it, but remind you to swap positions at the window and take your SD cards with you. We're loving everything that you're calling down, so keep it up.
Again, Orion previously surpassed that the Apollo 13 greatest distance from Earth by humans. That was 248,655 statute miles from Earth, and Orion now 250,294 miles away from our home planet. The spacecraft is 9,033 miles away from the moon and growing ever closer. At its closest approach, it'll be about 4,070 miles away, and we will make sure we confirm what that distance ends up being. This is an approximation and an estimate ahead of that moment. We're anticipating them to make that closest approach at 6:02 p.m. Central, 7:02 Eastern, when they are in a loss of signal, transiting behind the moon. They will be the first humans in over 50 years to fly behind the moon and lose contact with Earth. We will regain that contact about 40 minutes later as they reconnect to the Deep Space Network, emerging from behind the moon, and we will look forward to seeing an Earthrise. Again, the crew is currently in their position swap portion on their timeline. This allows crew members the opportunity and the experience of all roles necessary during today's flyby. Right now, those two crew members at the window have swapped positions. Again, the crew at the windows swapping positions. Right now, that crew is Commander Reed Wiseman and Mission Specialist Jeremy Hansen, while Victor Glover and Christina Cook serve as their support flyby crew members. That's why you are hearing Victor and Christina during those science situation reports. Those voices will change in about 30 minutes when they take a turn, taking photos and making annotations while at the window.
Houston, integrity. I wanted to provide an observation or a little bit of descriptive nature on something that we saw on the first day we had good moon views. This was when we saw more of the near side, and the ground helped me out with identifying Mare Imbrium. Mare Imbrium, when you have the western limb also in view, looks completely different than the normal view we have of the near side. It is the most striking feature of the western limb view that we had, and the mountain chains that form its eastern side are very prominent, but they actually stand out more than I'm used to seeing even on the western side, and the whole thing just feels like a big bump. It actually looks like a large healing wound with a high albedo forming the mountain chain around the impact basin. And I just don't think I had enough chance to describe how striking it was on that western limb view as we were coming in a couple days ago.
Christina, science, absolutely love that, especially since that's a feature that all of us here on Earth can observe from home. So I'm sure tonight everyone's going to be going out and looking for evidence of that beautiful topography you just said. Thanks for those words.
The view on your screen coming from Orion, a camera mounted on the spacecraft's solar array wing. Toward the right of your screen, the near side is the hemisphere we see from Earth. That is identifiable by those dark splotches, which are ancient lava flows.
Science integrity. A question and a comment. Question is it possible that we're seeing a Schrodinger basin from this vantage point in the Terminator at the South Pole? And the comment is Ohm. The rays coming out of Ohm are less distinct. We are not seeing the bright rays coming out of it, but the sort of 9 o'clock wedge that is formed by the change in albedo from the interior portion that is to the northeast to the surrounding lighter mare that's 270 degrees to the west. That 90 is very distinct and interior. You got some great descriptions from the two at the window about the colors in there, but in that darker part, in that wedge, you've got some really interesting color, even though the rays, the distinct difference in the albedo almost look like rays, but it's not the rays coming out. It's the just change in that albedo.
Integrity Science, that is very intriguing, those color rays coming out of Ohm rather than sort of albedo. And as answer to your question, we do not think you can see Schrodinger. It's in darkness as of now. But thanks for that Ohm description, and it sounds like the pair at the window's got great descriptions that we're definitely going to dive into tonight.
Okay. If you could help me, I would still love to know what it is. There's a very nice crater. You're going to likely have a lot of pictures of it. What would be right in the Terminator at the South Pole or close to the South Pole, where it's intersecting the Terminator right now?
Yeah, Victor, we're assuming you're talking about, kind of if you're looking at the Terminator, it's basically like 70% down from the North Pole. Is that where you're looking?
Contact, yes, that is where I'm looking.
Integrity Houston, that is an enabled caution for wastewater dump required. We have hit our limit. As expected, no crew action.
Copy, no crew action.
You are.
And Integrity Science, we're trying to figure out what you're looking at there. Is it like right on the Terminator, or is it in the eliminated portion next to the Terminator?
While we wait for a response from the crew, the Terminator is that difference between day and night, or brightness and darkness, that you see on the moon. We see this from the International Space Station as well, looking down at Earth.
And Science from Integrity, excuse my space orientation adaptation. If you draw a line between Glushko through the center of Oriental, and then another line from Glushko through the southern tangent of Oriental, that line would almost perfectly intersect tangentially the crater that I'm talking about, and it is on the Terminator. So yeah, I think I'm not looking at the South Pole. I was a little twisted.
That line description was really helpful. I have eyes on the SIR right now, and they are actively discussing lunar geography. We will be back with you shortly.
You're hearing a couple voices today in Mission Control Houston. One of those is Dr. Kelsey Young.
Integrity Science, we believe that's Zeeman Crater.
Oh, I floated away from the speaker. Say it again, please.
We believe that that is Zeeman Crater.
Zeeman. Okay, and can you say the first letter? I may be pronouncing that wrong. What's the first letter of that word?
Zulu. It's Z-E-E-M-A-N.
Copy. Thank you for that. Yes, we've got a great view of that. And when I went back to the window just now, the view has completely changed. Our trajectory is taking us to a new view, and I'm looking more into Vavilov. I've got a nice, great view into Vavilov. I'm actually away from the window right now, so I'm going to go try to give you some bounding words on the view that we're seeing, but I've got to get back to a window in a minute.
Understood, Victor. You're defining new views of the moon in more ways than one.
Again, when you hear calls down to science or from science, that's Dr. Kelsey Young, the Artemis Science Flight Operations Lead here at a console in Mission Control. You also hear communications with the crew from Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons. She is the Capcom for today. She is a backup Artemis II crew member. Those calls from pilot Victor Glover asking about a feature he was seeing, specifically a crater on the moon. Meanwhile, the team here in the science evaluation room was actively working together to determine which feature he was describing. The teams at the window have continued to move through their targets, including Ohm, Aristarchus Plateau, Reiner Gamma, and we are preparing for the cabin and window teams to swap. That's when we'll hear more from Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen when they take on these support roles, while Christina Cook and Victor Glover are at the windows photographing and annotating. As we briefly mentioned, if you look towards the right side of the moon, essentially, this live view coming from a camera outside the Orion spacecraft, and if you look on the right side of the moon where you see those dark patches.
Wow, yeah, I wish I had some more time to just sit here and describe what I'm seeing, but the Terminator right now is just fantastic. It is the most rugged that I've seen it. From a lighting perspective, there are little islands. There are islands of terrain out there that are completely surrounded by darkness, which indicates some real variation in terrain. Up to the north, there is a very nice double crater. It looks like a snowman sitting there, in the 5-10 degrees below the pole in the Terminator. And then on the southern edge, there's almost like a hole. It looks like a hole, and it's the diameter of Vavilov size, just blackness, and then a wall of bright, and then it goes back to the black beyond the Terminator. So there's it looks like there's just a gigantic hole right there, 1 Vavilov diameter east of the Terminator. And as you go south, the Terminator is not a nice smooth arc. It's just jagged. There's almost a 110-degree turn in the shadow as opposed to the nice smooth arc, again indicating some really interesting variations. And I'm sure we'll get some photos of that. And then one of the craters further to the south of Vavilov, maybe halfway down to the South Pole, is not only looks like just a deep hole, and then there's like two island rays pointing off to the west and north that indicate very high ridges and very deep canyons coming up out of that crater. So again, just some really interesting visual illusions going on with the shadows there. Like I said, there look to be islands out beyond the terminator because some of the things, maybe even a Vavilov diameter into the terminator are catching sunlight on the peaks up to the north and to the south. It's very, very interesting to see.
Integrity Science, oh my gosh, that was an amazing picture you just painted. I glanced over at the SIR video and I literally saw fist pumps in the air. Those types of observations are things that humans are uniquely able to contribute, and you just really brought us along with you, so thanks for that.
That's awesome, Kelsey. Did you get a sit rep updating you on a slight change in logistics for PCD use?
Christina, this is Houston. We did not, but we will take it now.
We slightly changed the PCD plan for the window observers. The two window observers kept their PCD. So in other words, the one that window 2 went to window 3 and the one at window 3 went to window 2 when they swapped rather than staying at the window. We'll plan on all observers keeping the same PCD for all observations.
Copy, Christina. That makes sense to us, and good plan. We are coming up here on a cabin and window team swap. Let me know when you're ready for a quick vehicle status.
As you heard, Science.
Houston, go for the vehicle system update.
Howdy, Reed. We don't have much for you. We just wanted to let you know that toilet right now is no-go for use as we stick with the predetermined limit for now. All crew members, please use CCUs. Otherwise, Orion is looking very good. And you have 15 minutes in this handover time where we expect Victor and Christina to switch to the windows and you and Jeremy to be in the cabin assisting. Let us know if you have any questions.
No questions at all, and they're in the swap right now. The first thing I'll tell you, I floated up to the docking hatch window and just what I'm going to call the Mari around Oriental just looks so different out the docking hatch right now. It's quite a bit darker. It's the same darkness, if not a little darker than Grimaldi. But it's cool after just being at the 400 mil for the last half hour, looking up close. I got pictures of everything Ike was just describing on the Terminator. It really is a fascinating Terminator. And then Oriental just looks so dynamic right now. It's very three-dimensional out the docking hatch compared to what I was just looking at through the 400 mil.
We love it. We are getting a sneak preview from one of our SAW cameras at what you're looking at, and we see some of what you're describing. We cannot wait to see your photos. Thanks.
Yeah, Jenny, I wish you had some longer lenses on the solar array so you could see the whole moon, but man, it is, or the up-close moon, not the whole moon, but it is just fascinating here. It's so cool.
All right, MPO and INCO, take notes. We want a zoom lens on those saws next time. Thanks, Reed.
As the crew gets ready to switch positions from the window crew going back to the support crew and the support crew flying up to the windows. This view inside the room, Capcom Jenny Gibbons speaking with the crew, Canadian Space Agency astronaut. The crew has continued to provide excellent descriptions of what they are seeing on the lunar surface. In this picture, or in this live view actually, from Orion and a camera mounted on its solar array wing, if you look at the dark portion on the right side of the screen, those are visible from Earth. That's considered the near side. Those are ancient lava flows from a time early in the moon's history when it was volcanically active. And if you look towards the left, there's that dark, large crater that appears to the left of those lava flows. That's Oriental Basin. It's about 600 miles wide, and it straddles the moon's near and far side. And this mission is the first time that humans have ever been able to see this with their eyes in the daylight. Again, you hear conversation about that terminator. You have a great view of that as well. That's the difference between light and darkness on the moon. Victor Glover explaining that as a very jagged looking terminator due to the peaks that they're seeing and the craters that they're seeing as they prepare to cross over the far side. You also heard science officer, the Dr. Kelsey Young, Artemis Science Flight Operations lead, sharing with Victor Glover that his responses are truly something that only human eyes can discern or provide. So we've previously discussed how having humans observing the moon on this mission is being combined with lunar robotic data to help us maximize what we know about the moon. So part of that data comes from the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, or LRO. This orbiter provides the robotic foundation that makes Artemis II lunar science possible. LRO has been orbiting the moon for 17 years, which makes it the longest operated lunar orbiter in history. And it's also the only American spacecraft dedicated specifically to lunar science and exploration. Artemis II lunar observations are designed to complement data like the detailed surface images from LRO. So while LRO provides those detailed high-resolution maps of the moon's surface, the Artemis II crew adds human observations that focus on regional context and relationships between features, giving scientists a larger geologic picture. Now, this combination of robotic and human observations strengthens lunar science. LRO delivers precise and repeatable measurements over long periods of time, while the Artemis II crew contributes real-time visual descriptions and context that robotic instruments alone cannot provide. The best description I've heard while preparing for this mission is to compare the difference in looking at the moon with your own eyes on Earth and trying to take a picture with a camera. The camera truly never does it justice, and it's much easier to describe and perceive what you're seeing with your own eyes than to take a photo. These Artemis II astronauts can rapidly scan wide areas and adjust their focus in real time, as well as describe relationships between features. The crew will also observe the same regions multiple times under changing lighting conditions during the flyby and provide perspectives that would take robotic missions years to accumulate. During the Artemis II mission, LRO is also attempting to observe some of the same lunar features that the astronauts are studying. Collecting this data simultaneously highlights how different instruments and human eyes provide complementary information about the moon. This LRO data plays a direct role in preparing for future Artemis missions. Its measurements of topography, surface temperature, composition, radiation, and lighting conditions are used to assess hazards, identify safe landing sites, and locate potential resources such as water ice near the lunar South Pole. This mission, Artemis II, represents the point where years of robotic preparation are paired with human exploration for the first time in the Artemis era. So together, LRO, the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, and Artemis II are demonstrating how NASA moves from mapping the moon robotically to exploring it with humans. We are laying the groundwork for future Artemis missions and sustained lunar operations. A check-in with Orion. We are now 4 days, 21 hours, and 22 minutes into the flight of Artemis II, our crew aboard the Orion spacecraft. We are now 8,153 miles away from the moon, 250,742 miles away from Earth. The spacecraft is traveling at 1,030 miles per hour.
All right, Houston, the professional science update giver is now in seat 2. That is where Victor is, and Christina is nestling into seat 1 with the long lens, and we're just getting ourselves oriented here. It's a cool view in the cabin. It's actually a cool view to be off the camera now and looking at my crewmates getting up to their observation posts and looking in. It's super fun.
Copy all, Reed. We like it.
As we heard confirmation from NASA astronaut and commander of Artemis II, Reed Wiseman, they are now switching positions of the support teams and the observation teams. So initially, Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen were at windows 2 and 3 in the Orion spacecraft, taking photos and making annotations in their PCDs, portable computing devices. They were also giving audible descriptions into their PCDs, wearing headsets with microphones and providing recordings that the science team will be able to listen to later. We were hearing from NASA astronauts Christina Cook and Victor Glover as they made observations as part of the support team. Now, as these teams are swapping, we anticipate hearing more from Reed and Jeremy as they'll be on the support team, while Victor and Christina will be at the windows taking photos and making annotations.
the science team if they can mark this time. I just covered up window 4 to block out the ambient light from a very bright planet Earth. And it'll be interesting to see if in the data Victor and Christina see any differences from me and Jeremy with that window blocked. It's a lot darker in the cabin now.
Copy, Reed. We're taking note, and we'd be curious too.
We are live in the Artemis mission control room during the lunar flyby of the Artemis 2 crew, the first humans to fly by the moon in over 50 years. Orion launched 4 days, 21 hours, and 30 minutes ago atop the SLS rocket, Space Launch System rocket from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Our 4 crew members inside the spacecraft are transitioning their positions. The cabin and window teams have swapped. Currently at the window, we have Victor Glover and Christina Cook, NASA astronauts, and serving as support, Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen. For our crews at the window, they are using handheld Nikons with an 80 to 400 millimeter zoom lens. There are also GoPros on each of the solar arrays on Orion, and that's where this view is coming from right now. We have an interior camera of the crew as well, but they have dimmed the cabin lights. They've actually turned off the cabin lights to allow them to better see outside of the spacecraft. This also helps prevent any reflections from lights inside the spacecraft reflecting onto the windows while they are photographing the moon. We talked a little bit about the views and the cameras being used on the Orion spacecraft. And again, we do have GoPros on the tip of each solar array wing. Now, the bandwidth is a little bit limited because having a crew on board, we do have to downlink a lot more data. That includes their environmental control and life support system. We are not the only data, this view that you see, coming down from the spacecraft, and so we do rely on sharing some of that with the other flight controllers in mission control. This helps the team monitor all systems aboard the spacecraft and ensure the safety of our astronauts. We are standing by for a situation report from the crew aboard the spacecraft. They've been imaging the whole moon. There is now a new crew at the window. That would be Victor Glover and Christina Cook. And so being it's their first time since they have moved up to the window positions, they have a chance to orient themselves and describe and take pictures of any color or albedo variations across the surface. Reminder, albedo is the brightness or reflectiveness.
Integrity science for a science sit rep when you're ready.
Houston Integrity, we have no external view of the moon right now for the floating crew members, so my only science sit rep is that we have Victor in window 3 doing observations and Christina in window 2 with the long lens.
Integrity, we copy. Are the shrouds still on windows 1 and 4? And if so, would you consider trying to get a view through one of those windows?
We cannot take the shroud off of 4 because the Earth is too bright and it's impacting Ike's peripheral vision. And then I can get a grazing glimpse out the docking hatch window. I can see Oriental south down to the South Pole. And the primary thing that I see from Oriental right now is just the long trenches that come out. And, you know, when you come out the north side of Oriental, the ejecta kind of boulders across the northern half of the far side. But coming out the southern half of Oriental, I just see those large, here they look like gorges or almost like rain when it comes down the Grand Canyon and fingers off into the desert, kind of what it looks like. Also, Burgess Alpha is extremely bright. It's the brightest thing that I can see. Even brighter now than Aristarchus, which is heading off to the Terminator. It's almost impossible now to see Aristarchus, the thing that Jeremy and I looked so much at. I can just barely see the crater rays from Ohm, and I would say for albedo right now, I would go back to Grimaldi is still extremely dark, especially in that southwest corner, and there are parts of Oriental and the outer ring of Oriental that reach that same level of darkness, especially the rings of Oriental reach the same level of darkness as Grimaldi. And then south of Grimaldi, Jeremy and I were noting a few other just really dark areas of cratering, mare there, and those have that same darker albedo, but Burgesshoff is the brightest, and Grimaldi is the darkest.
Integrity Science, that was a great description. Thank you, and thanks for the docking window geometry to give us that description. Any comments before you go on the annular ring in Oriental?
The annular ring, which I think everybody kind of describes as like a pair of lips or a kiss on the far side of the moon from here, is very circular in nature. The northern part of it is wider, darker. The southern part is much lighter. It is very neat looking, and but it is far more circular than I remember it looking in our training. The darkness of the northern side of the annular ring is the same darkness from here out this docking hatch window as the center mare in Oriental. Not quite as dark as Grimaldi, but it is probably only because dust and lunar regolith has kind of impacted over time.
Reed, that's exactly what we were looking for. Thanks so much. You have heart hands coming out of the SIR.
Say that again, Kelsey.
Just saying that the SIR was really excited about that. That annular ring was something we were really eager to hear about, so thanks.
Yep, you bet. And now Victor and Christina are moving on to Oriental. I got them situated over there a little bit late.
That was NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, now providing a science sit rep as he is away from the windows most of the time. He is working as the support person along with Jeremy Hansen in the spacecraft, as Victor Glover and Christina Cook are now at windows 2 and 3, able to photograph the moon. Christina and Victor are also providing recorded information to their portable computing devices, that's their PCDs, and the science team will have access to that at a later time. They will then review it and compile all of this data to help further our understanding of the moon. One of the items you heard mentioned was Oriental Basin. This has been a very exciting opportunity for the crew. They have all been very excited about seeing Oriental, as well as the science team has been looking forward to it. It is known as the Grand Canyon of the Moon, as we discussed earlier. From the pictures, the science team is hoping that the crew will take centered images of the entire basin and surrounding craters in a single frame, but also use those 80 to 400 millimeter zoom lenses to create a mosaic entire basin. With their unaided eyes, the science team is hoping the crew will describe southern dark annular ring, which you heard Reed just describing, as well as any color, albedo, texture, or topography across the mare patches and ring mountains. Science team reports that the observations will be used to study the geologic evolution of the youngest lunar basin and to inform formation hypotheses for the annular ring. And again, another fun fact about Oriental is the diameter is the same distance between Johnson Space Center, where we are today, and Kennedy Space Center, where the crew launched on April 1st. This live view from the Orion spacecraft on the Artemis II mission, now 7,373 miles away from the moon, 251,130 miles from Earth. Again, the Artemis II crew passed the Apollo 13 record of the humans farthest from the Earth today at 12:57 p.m. Central Time, 1:57 p.m. Eastern Time. That distance set by Apollo 13 was 248,655 statute miles. We have clearly passed that, and we expect to pass that by about 4,105 miles. That will be when the spacecraft reaches its farthest distance from the Earth. It could be around 252,760 miles, but again, these are approximations and our targets, and we will make sure to report back the final numbers once we have them. We have some refined times of when we expect to have Earth set of Earth behind the moon while Orion flies behind the moon. That would be about 5:41 p.m. Central, 6:41 Eastern. The spacecraft would make its closest approach to the moon at 6 o'clock Central, 7 Eastern, and that would be about 4,066 miles. And then at 6:02 p.m. Central, and the spacecraft will reach its farthest distance from the Earth. We anticipate that'll be about 252,755 miles, which would be 4,111 miles farther than Apollo 13. We would see Earthrise again at 6:21 p.m. Central Time, and a few minutes later, regain communications with the crew. Currently aboard Orion, Victor Glover and Christina Cook are the two team members conducting lunar flyby observations, meaning they are using the Nikon cameras to photograph the moon, and their PCD, or the portable computing device, to conduct annotations. They are both recording information that will be downlinked to the science crew, and tomorrow morning the science team will have a conference with the team while the information is so fresh. They'll be speaking with the crew about their observations and their data collection. Otherwise, most of tomorrow, Flight Day 7, is considered an off day. We are on flight day 6 of the Artemis 2 mission, the first time in more than 50 years that humans will observe the moon directly, providing a critical opportunity to practice how lunar science will be conducted during future Artemis missions. If you're just joining us, the crew is well into their lunar flyby observations, and we anticipate that we will hear from them soon. A few times every hour, they are slated to call down with science sit reps or situation reports. We most recently had one from Commander Reed Wiseman. He and Jeremy Hansen, mission specialist, were first at the windows today to photograph and make annotations of what they were seeing. Therefore, we heard more from Victor Glover and Christina Cook earlier in the day during those first blocks. But now that Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen are on the support side, they are the ones calling down what they are seeing from windows 1 and 4. Earlier, we heard that the Earth is so bright in window 4, they have had to temporarily cover it with a t-shirt. The moon preserves a near-continuous record of solar system history that has been erased on Earth because the moon doesn't have an atmosphere. So things that we experience on Earth, like weather or plate tectonics, don't really apply. So the lunar surface retains evidence of ancient impacts, volcanism, and solar activity that scientists can study today. And studying the moon helps scientists understand how planets formed and evolved, how the moon influenced our own planet Earth's history, and how the sun shaped conditions across the inner solar system. The moon also serves as a unique platform for studying the broader universe. Artemis science is designed around questions best answered by humans, working alongside robotic systems, combining decades of robotic lunar data with real-time judgment, context, and adaptability that only humans can provide. This mission, Artemis 2, is serving as a proving ground for lunar science operations, which allows NASA to test how science is planned, executed, and supported during a crewed deep space mission ahead of our future Artemis flights.
Integrity, time for a window team position swap. So Victor and Christina, please switch places if you've not done so already, and remember your SD card for the camera.
We're in the swap right now. They're wrapping up their last comments, and they'll switch over and change guards in the long lens.
Copy.
As you heard in that call, it is now time for the team members at the window to swap positions. That means Victor Glover and Christina Cook will be switching roles. One of them has been photographing the moon with a Nikon with an 80 to 400 millimeter zoom lens, while the other was making annotations on their portable computing device. And both are recording audio that the science team will be able to listen to. We are now 2 hours and 10 minutes until we expect to lose signal with the spacecraft as they fly behind the moon. And the next target for the crew is considered a crew choice event. They have the option to focus on any regions or patterns or features that interest them. The science team has asked the crew to capture pictures that illustrate their choice, as well as at different zoom levels, and to describe why those certain features or regions caught their eye. Those recordings are part of what are being saved on their PCDs, portable computing device, that will be sent to the science team for analysis. The crew has been allotted 8 minutes for this crew choice event, and it's also a time for a scheduled sit rep or situation report. So we expect to hear them calling down what they are seeing soon. Something that the crew or that the science team has used to help prepare the crew is a cue card. These ask for a feature ID if they happen to know the type or name, and if it is a target. Of course, in this situation, when they have a crew choice, they do not need to, it may or may not be a target. They want to know the location and the observation style. They've also asked for the geometry of what's being captured, the size, shape, boundary, and preservation, as well as the color and shadow, so the color tone, the albedo, that reflection or brightness, and any shadows or illumination. Next, they're interested in structure and texture. That includes slopes, structures, and textures, of course, and geologic relations, like association to other features, any contact to those features, and of course, their thoughts, impressions, or interpretations. They are interested even in emotions and excitement that the crew may be having. This flyby day has been practiced in many ways, even in Sims here in Mission Control Houston. The team also conducted some field work, learning how to look for specific geologic features. They also photographed a large globe, and the science team helped them determine which features they would be targeting and how to look at those. We have a few more minutes that the crew would be photographing their crew choice. Again, this is NASA astronauts Victor Glover and Christina Cook at the windows. They will then move on to another discussion portion. This is for the far side albedo, that reflectiveness, and color that they are seeing. We heard earlier about some browns seen on the moon, which is very interesting, especially here from Earth, where we are just seeing whites, grays, and maybe even black at some points. When they get into that discussion for far side albedo in a few minutes, the theme is looking to know how that color and albedo is, what those variations look like across the far side. On the right side of your screen, the Science Evaluation Room, or SIR, where team members are looking real time at what the crew is seeing. And even earlier, we're...
Houston Integrity, you ready for science zero?
We'll take it.
Okay, the crew has swapped positions. They're in
And what you had just before we lost that view quickly was the corona of the sun peeking around the moon as the astronauts are entering a solar eclipse for this portion of the lunar flyby. We're now over 5,500 statute miles from the moon. That closest approach today was just about 4,067 statute miles away. And teams in the room beginning to get a little busier and filter in and out as we are stepping through a handover. The Orbit 1 team is handing over to Orbit 2, who will continue monitoring lunar flyby and all of the systems aboard the Orion spacecraft. We are 5 days, 1 hour, and 38 minutes mission elapsed time into Artemis 2. In this view on the screen, you can see the crew starting to even look through some photos that they may have captured today. We really look forward to sharing these photos with you as soon as we possibly can. And the best way to keep up with those is to follow NASA on social media. You can do so at NASA, and for this mission specifically, at NASA Artemis. Confirmation from teams here in the ground that we have reached the eclipse attitude, meaning Orion is in the proper position to observe it. The astronauts' break during this observation period is now over, and we are resuming their lunar flyby observations. The first of these is sunset. This is the solar corona that we'll be looking for. It's the outer atmosphere of the sun. The science team is also interested in if the astronauts can see polar plumes. These are thin streamers that project from the sun's north and south poles. Additionally, they're interested in seeing if the crew can witness coronal loops. These are arcs close to the sun's surface. And something else that we've previously mentioned is lunar dust. This is dust from the moon that is lofted above the lunar surface and illuminated by the sun. It was reported visible by Apollo astronauts. You're getting a live look from Orion as the crew observes a solar eclipse from the moon. Again, this solar eclipse is only visible to the crew on the spacecraft. It's not visible to anybody on Earth. The science team is interested in several different targets for them during this time frame. And we're personally looking forward to getting those images as well. Again, during the beginning portion of this eclipse, the astronauts will need to use eclipse glasses just like we do from Earth to safely view it. Once
This is Artemis Mission Control. You are currently seeing a live view of the solar array wing cameras on the Orion spacecraft. We spoke with our science team, and they did determine that that dot in the distance is Venus.
Science integrity. Let's see, not a huge change in here, just an update. The camera settings for Earthshine are challenging. This one's challenging to capture. What we're seeing, we're just not picking up on the cameras. And after all of the amazing sights that we saw earlier, we just went sci-fi. This has, it just looks unreal. You can see the surface of the moon between, I guess, the Earthshine. I guess Earthshine. You can actually see a majority of the moon. It is the strangest looking thing that you can see so much on the surface.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You were just hearing some communications called down from NASA astronaut Victor Glover, currently on board the Orion spacecraft. They are currently observing an eclipse. There's about 39 minutes remaining in that eclipse period. Currently, we are in a forward link LOS, or loss of signal, so the crew can communicate down with...
He's seen 2 meteors, science.
So we are in a forward link loss of signal. We do expect to regain signal in about 3 minutes, and at that point then the ground can communicate back up to the crew on board the Orion spacecraft. In the meantime, the crew can continue to communicate down to the ground. The ground is just unable to respond, so they are continuing to provide some science observations during this eclipse period. They've made some comments about Earth shine, which is the sunlight reflected from Earth when they come around towards the moon's near side late in this flyby window.
science integrity in the blind. The glow around the moon is beginning to become a little bit more even. It's not so much distinct just where the sun set on the moon's horizon as we're flying through this trajectory, and then the sun's going to come up out of the other side. I think it's we're starting to see the glow around the moon get balanced out. I still see Earth shine, and the Earth is very bright out there. Still quite an unreal sight.
Integrity Houston, we have that sit rep loud and clear, and we are back with you. How do you hear me?
Hey Jenny, we have you loud and clear, thanks.
Copy. Victor, we're handing you over to Science for some critical questions. Thanks for your reports.
Integrity Science, we were loving your science sit reps in the blind, and it should come as no surprise that we have a number of follow-up questions. First, you mentioned Reed observing meteors. Can you speak to that? Were you referring to comets or impact flashes or something else?
Yeah, there was a little bit of giddiness. We have seen 3 impact flashes so far. I saw 2, and Jeremy has seen 1. Undoubtedly, Jeremy saw 2, so that's 4 total. Undoubtedly, quick impact flashes. It was not sun glint off of particulate from the thrusters or the purge tanks. It was definitely impact flashes on the moon. And Jeremy just saw another one. Go ahead with your next question.
Amazing news. I literally just looked over at the SIR and they were jumping up and down literally. If you could describe where on the moon you saw them, please.
So they've all been either on or a bit south of the equator and on the Earth side of the moon. Stand by. All right, so Jeremy has seen them kind of on and south of the equator, kind of spread across the moon, and mine were both south of the equator and just a little bit left of center of the moon.
Incredible news, Reed, and reminder, we have citizen scientists here on Earth looking for impact flashes, so hearing you saw them on the near side means that people saw them too.
This is Artemis Mission Control. We have regained that signal, so the team here in Mission Control was able to call back up to the crew on board the Orion spacecraft as they continue their lunar flyby. Specifically, they are now in that eclipse period. So the science team here in Mission Control was able to ask some questions about some of the situational reports they were providing during that loss of signal. Specifically, they were interested in some of the meteors that they mentioned seeing and those impact flashes, and they did provide confirmation that they did see at least 4 impact flashes during that loss of signal.
Are you still with us, Houston, or do we lose you?
Integrity, I hear you loud and clear. How do you hear me?
Okay, we got you loud and clear. One of the other things I wanted to describe, which was surprising to me, but the entire moon is lit up. It's glowing behind the entire moon. I thought it would look, dark against the black sky or deep space, but the sun is lighting up the entire limb of the moon. You can see, the entire perimeter of it, and even now with the sun far behind the moon, you can still make out little bits of topography around the entire limb, just bumps as you go around it. And there's about the glow around the moon, once your eyes adjust, is easily 10 widths or diameters of the sun around the entire moon.
Incredible to hear, Jeremy. Were you able to actually pick out any discrete features on the lunar surface? And if so, how do they look different than when you observe them in solar illumination?
No, we really haven't been able to identify features on the lunar surface yet. We just see, the topography on the limb. For the Earth glow, we're about a quarter moon, waxing quarter moon, if you will, from the Earth glow perspective, and it's just at a very, just the sight angle. I'm just not able to tell what I'm looking at yet in the Earth glow.
Understood. Thanks, Jeremy. One other question for you on the solar corona. Were you actually able to see any structure or color in the corona before most of it disappeared behind the moon?
Yeah, I didn't pick out any color, but definitely structure. There were streamers, and they were not uniform at all. For me, the 5 o'clock position, there was just this constant streamer. It would change in intensity and diameter, but it was always there, and it was always at the 5 o'clock position. I only saw one plume, and it came out of basically the 3 o'clock position of the sun. That was very short-lived when I could see the plume.
Exactly what we were looking for. Thanks, Jeremy. And a heads up that we, calculated here on the ground about how long you could see the corona for, and we expect it to start to appear again in the next 11 minutes. Thanks for those amazing descriptions.
Okay, we're excited to see it all again.
Integrity Houston, we're following along as well. That was outstanding. If you haven't already, just reminding you to swap positions at the windows. And that brief LOS we had previously was due to a data rate change expected.
Okay, we copy that, Jenny.
Integrity Science, one more request for you. While it's still fresh in your mind, any annotations or sketches you want to make of what you're seeing either around the corona structures you just mentioned or even on Earthshine would be so appreciated.
Okay, Kelsey, it's going to be pretty hard to go look at a PCD right now, but we'll definitely try and annotate what we saw.
And if the annotations come in the next block where you're cleaning up your documentation, that sounds like a good plan to me.
This is Artemis Mission Control. On the bottom right corner of your screen, you can see a view of the Science Officer Console here in Mission Control. And we've been hearing that communication between the science officer. The Orbit 1 science officer is Kelsey Young, and she's been asking questions to the crew, specifically CSA astronaut Jeremy Hansen, based on the observations they've been making during this eclipse period. And then in the upper left-hand corner of your screen, you can see a view of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, which provides updates on the velocity and the distance from Earth and the Moon of the Orion spacecraft as it continues to make its way back to Earth. The distance from the Moon will continue to increase at this point. So right now, Orion and its crew are about 6,300 miles away from the Moon and about 251,000 miles away from the Earth.
And we are watching this live NASA feed as we see the different parts of the moon, which was not apparently recorded before. And this is extremely, to me, fascinating and interesting to see this all play out. And shout out to everybody. Appreciate everybody here.
Okay, science, we're getting set up for sunrise. The window teams are, Christina is supporting, and also Xena 9 in window 1. Jeremy's got the long lens in window 2, and the short lens in window 2. And Reed is in window 3, and he has started recordings and is set up to see Corona.
Great sit rep, Victor. That sounds like a good config, and we're showing coronal effects start to appear on your video camera. So in the next few minutes, we should start to hear your observations.
This is Artemis Mission Control. We just heard the crew call down to the team here in Houston, reporting that they have swapped out who is in the windows for the final portion of the lunar flyby. So Christina Cook is in window 1, with Jeremy Hansen in window 2 and Reed in window 3. Reed is focusing on observing corona, which is the solar corona, which is the sun's outermost atmosphere. There is about 18 minutes remaining in the eclipse period.
Science and Houston integrity. I know this observation won't be of any scientific value, but I'm really glad we launched on April 1st because humans probably have not evolved to see what we're seeing. It is truly hard to describe. It is amazing.
Amazing. Thank you, Victor.
And just one more logistics note, we have gone as dark as we can in the cabin. We have turned the DUs all the way as dim as they can go, so you can't see anything on the screens. Every bit of light in the cabin affects the view. You're definitely seeing the brightness go closer. It's definitely brighter on the Earthshine side, and so we're expecting to see some corona here soon.
We copy all. Excited for what you see next.
I'm not sure if we talked much about the star field, but we've got lots of stars. You've got the nice glow around the moon, but right off the well, we're upside down now, but from upside down 4 o'clock, right off the edge of the moon, looks like a planet. That line of planets, there's something a moon diameter to the left, and something right off the limb of the moon to the right, and then something orange. It looks orange to the right of that, about half the moon diameter. So. But anyway, there are definitely stars. I think some of those planets that you said we might see, we're seeing. And so in unreal view, yeah, the moon in the foreground is one of the darkest things we see out the window. And now it's deep space behind it is kind of dark blue like it looks from Earth, but we can also still see stars. It's quite a wicked view.
Victor,
He's doing the best job, and I'm not going to try to add on to what he's doing. It's indescribable. No matter how long we look at this, our brains are not processing this image in front of us. It is absolutely spectacular, surreal. There's no adjectives. I'm going to need to invent some new ones to describe what we are looking at out this window.
This is just absolutely beautiful and inspiring to hear. And Victor, we suspect what you're seeing is Saturn and Mars. That reddish object is likely Mars. Good opportunity to look to the future of where we're going.
Yeah, we can absolutely see the color of Mars. That's awesome. Okay, and from this vantage point, the 4 o'clock on the Earthshine side is definitely getting brighter, still no coronal structure.
Houston copies.
We aren't able to distinguish which Mare is, but we can clearly see Mare in the Earthshine.
We copy.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas.
We have not seen an impact flash in the last 5 minutes.
Sounds unlucky, but you had a pretty strong start, so we'll take it.
And actually, right after I said that, right at the South Pole, near the South Pole on the Terminator, Reed just saw one.
Amazing.
Integrity Science, and as you look around our solar system neighborhood, you should see Saturn setting behind the moon right now.
We do. We've been watching it track close to the horizon, and it's right tangential to the moon at this moment.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently 5 days, 2 hours, and 44 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission, and we have about 11 minutes remaining in the eclipse at the latter half of the lunar flyby that the Artemis 2 crew is experiencing on board the Orion spacecraft. We've received several different call downs from the crew and questions up from the science officer here in Mission Control. One of the things that they said that they were able to see is Mars off in the distance, and then the science team also confirmed that they should be seeing Saturn setting behind the moon. They've also acknowledged seeing several different impact flashes, and these are flashes of lights from meteorites striking the surface of the moon. They've also mentioned the solar corona, which is the sun's outermost atmosphere. Here in Mission Control Houston, the Orbit 1 and Orbit 2 teams have officially completed their handover. So the Orbit 2 team is now leading here in Mission Control, and that is being led by Flight Director Diane Daly, and the Capcom here in Mission Control will be Tess Caswell. And you can see there on your screen on the right-hand side is the Flight Director console, and Diane Daly is in the far right of that screen, and Tess Caswell, the Capcom or capsule communicator, is in the far left hand of that screen.
Okay, the light is continuing to grow in intensity. At about the 4 o'clock position on the, about the 8 o'clock position on the Earthshine side, Saturn has set. Mars is tracking towards the moon's horizon.
Integrity Science, we copy, and we're starting to see it on the vehicle stream. Looking forward to any coronal observations you can share with us.
This is Artemis Mission Control. That view you're seeing on your screen is coming from the solar array wing cameras outside of the Orion spacecraft. And you can see the light starting to come into view as the solar eclipse period is starting to end.
Integrity, still no coronal structure at this time, just continue to grow in intensity.
Copy, Victor. And reminder, you still should have several minutes before the eclipse classes need to go on, and we can send you up a reminder when you're getting close to take your eyes away from the D5 viewfinder, but you should be good for several more minutes.
Copy, thank you, and yes, please send up the reminder. Thank you. Okay, we all think we're starting to see something. I believe the most popular term is baby hair. As the light grows in intensity and the horizon on this side becomes very distinct. You can still see Earth shine, even though the sun's brightness is definitely growing in intensity.
Love the description, Victor. I'm sure as the next couple minutes progress, more of those structures will continue to pop out.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. The Artemis 2 astronauts on board the Orion spacecraft are currently observing an eclipse. And to the crew on board the spacecraft, the eclipse looks much like a total solar eclipse here on Earth, except the moon is much larger compared to the sun, unlike a terrestrial solar eclipse where the moon and the sun appear the same size in the sky.
We are definitely starting to see structure. That baby hair is rapidly growing out toward the 9 o'clock and the 8 o'clock. It's almost as if it were reaching out for Venus or for the Earth. If you've ever seen the spotlight off the top of the Luxor at night in Las Vegas, this looks like what that wants to be when it grows up.
Integrity Science, glad to hear you're following your training of tell it like you see it.
So far, it's pretty symmetrical. There are 2 or 3 streamers that are growing in intensity and in magnitude, and it's slowly starting to widen, starting to spread out across the horizon. Pretty amazing view.
And Integrity Houston, Great words. Reminder for you, we are approaching the brightness level at which you should no longer be using the viewfinder on the D5.
Integrity copies, and thanks for the heads up.
This is Artemis Mission Control.
And I think we're seeing some directionality. Some of it is going in different directions because it appears to be moving and combining and recombining as it it's pointing in different directions, and some of it appears to be going like down toward the south pole of the moon, but it's and then coming back together and going out towards Venus and the Earth. And depending on how I stare at it, it looks like one large structure, but then it definitely has wisps, and you can see 3 or 4 structures inside of it. It's like watching a flame. It's like looking at a flame, and stand by. And so it has some inherent movement. Now there's a very bright spot. There's a very bright spot in the center of it. There's a towering light of. There's a towering light, and then there were like 2 streamers that were going 30 degrees out from it, and now it is just extremely bright.
Houston, copies all.
Starting to get a little warm.
And we copied all. We wanted to remind you at this point on the eclipse glasses. Should be about time for those.
Houston, we copy all. We are in eclipse glasses. That was an absolutely spectacular, magnificent experience.
Thanks for the report. We sure wish we were there with you.
This is Artemis Mission Control. The eclipse period is coming to an end, and we did hear that call up that the crew now has to put on those eclipse glasses to be able to protect their eyes for this final portion of the eclipse. And these views coming to you from the solar array wing cameras on the Orion spacecraft.
Houston, if you could give me about 20 new superlatives in the mission summary for tomorrow, that'll help my vocabulary out a bit. Thank you.
We will solicit input from the team.
This is Artemis Mission Control. There on your screen, you can see a live look inside of the SIR, or the Science Evaluation Room, here in Mission Control Houston, just down the hallway from the Artemis Flight Control Room.
Integrity Houston, back with you after a data rate change. Regarding the SAW-3 camera T low caution, no action for you. It just got a little cool during the eclipse.
Okay, we copy, and if you didn't copy my request for the mission summary to add about 20 new superlatives to help my vocabulary, I would appreciate it.
We copied it fantastically.
And Integrity Science, this is basically wrapping up your fly-by-day observations. I can't say enough how much science we've already learned and how much inspiration you've provided to our entire team, the lunar science community, and the entire world with what you were able to bring today. You really brought the moon closer for us today, and we cannot say thank you enough. And Science signing off, and can't wait to talk to you tomorrow morning.
To your entire team, Kelsey, to the entire NASA science team, you all really turned to when we shifted launch dates to April 1st, and you got the most incredible package together for us to go do some great science and some great, truly human experience moments here. And we were well prepared, and we appreciate all of you. And this is what we do best when we all come together and work as a team. So you all knocked it out of the park. Thank you for giving us this opportunity.
Beautiful words, Reed. Thanks so much.
And this is Artemis Mission Control. The lunar flyby observation period is starting to come to a close following that eclipse. And there on your screen you can see a look into the Science Evaluation Room, or the SIR, which is embedded within Mission Control to provide science input. And they provided that input throughout the live flyby operations today. They also have a back room called the Science Mission Operations Room that processes data, evaluates imagery, and supports rapid analysis. And then, of course, we have the science officer on console here in the Artemis Flight Control Room, which you can see a view there on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. The science officer throughout the flyby operations today has been Kelsey Young, who is the Artemis Science Flight Operations Lead. And then to her left is Angela Garcia, who will be the science officer taking over for Orbit 2. And for the past 7 hours or so, the crew has been going through their lunar flyby observation period. And now they will wrap up that period and complete some final tasks and begin downlinking some of the amazing imagery that they've captured throughout the day, as well as some of the observations that they've recorded. And now on your screen, you're seeing a live look from the Orion spacecraft from those solar array wing cameras. The solar eclipse period ended just a few minutes ago, and during this eclipse, towards the end of the flyby window, it lasted about an hour, and it was when the sun was hidden from view behind the opposite side of the moon from the perspective of the Orion spacecraft and its crew. And during that time, the crew saw a mostly dark moon, and they used the opportunity to analyze the solar corona, which is the sun's outermost atmosphere, while it was visible. And then once the sun was completely out of view behind the moon, the crew looked for impact flashes, which they reported seeing multiple impact flashes, and those are flashes of light from meteoroids striking the surface of the moon. They also looked for dust lofting above the limb or the edge of the moon, along with some deep space targets, including planets, and they noticed Mars off to the distance, and we also saw Venus on one of the solar array wing cameras early on in the eclipse period. The crew also looked at parts of the moon illuminated by Earthshine, which is the sunlight reflected from the Earth when they come around toward the moon's near side at the very end of that flyby window.
Integrity Houston, understand that you are still reflecting upon and consolidating your lunar observations. At your convenience, I have 2 items related to the upcoming VIP event.
Go ahead.
All right, first we wanted to let you know that the message for that upcoming event is on board for review at your convenience. That's message 3.06.04. The second item is that we've seen a couple of video blips in previous events. So during the HDPAO setup activity, we're wondering if Jeremy could please confirm for us that the TS rate is set to 1300 when you get to step 10.
Okay, Jenny. Yeah, we're pretty sure we've been in 1300 for all the PAO events. We've been tracking that when we swap between the HHP and the D5.
We copy, Jeremy. Thanks. And for the record, the phenomenal Jenny has gone on to her next appointment of the day, and you've now got Tess with you.
I'm sorry, Tess. Great to have you on board Integrity.
No worries. Happy to be here.
This is Artemis Mission Control. We heard some communication there between the Capcom or capsule communicator here in Mission Control, which for Orbit 2 is Tess Caswell, and the CSA or Canadian Space Agency astronaut on board the Orion spacecraft, Jeremy Hansen. They were discussing an upcoming public affairs event.
And Integrity, 3-minute warning for the maneuver back to bias tail to sun.
The crew on board the Orion spacecraft recently completed their lunar observation period. It was an approximately 7-hour period of time in which they were focused on several different targets identified by the science team here on the ground that they studied and prepared for ahead of time. And then they also were referencing a lunar targeting package that was uplinked about a day ago with those final targets. Now they are completing some post-lunar flyby activities, so they're working to clean up their observations that they've made and also working to downlink some of the photos that they've taken throughout the day. The science team here on the ground will then work to get as much data as they can overnight, and then there will be a post-flyby conference tomorrow after the crew wakes up. And that's not a debrief, but a science data collection to capture their nuanced experience while they're still in the field and the experience is still fresh. And then, of course, there will also be a public affairs downlink event later in the day. Now that once the post-lunar flyby activities are complete. And then after that, the crew will go into some of their final activities for the day. They will have a private medical conference, or PMC, with the medical teams here on the ground. These are regular conferences that they have at the end of every day, and then there's also a flight director conference that they will have before they go into their pre-sleep period, during which they can complete hygiene activities, and they will have the chance to eat their dinner and complete any other final personal activities for the day before they head into their sleep period.
Houston Integrity, we're curious if you're ready for us to start the stream a bit early and to test scene and voice.
Checking. And Integrity, affirm. We are go to start the stream.
Okay, Houston, the stream has started. We checked the TS rates 1300 and audio is true. So I will give you a voice check now on the mic.
We copy. Good settings, and we've got a good view.
In test, I sent an audio check down on the handheld mic. Did you get it?
Sorry for the delay, Jeremy. We were talking that a bit, but it was a bit broken, so please repeat for us. Integrity, Houston, we like the scene. At your convenience, we'll take a 10 count with Jeremy in frame.
Okay, copy that. Give us 2 minutes, and or 1 minute, and we'll do that.
Copy. Great voice check and good words. We like the scene. And Integrity Houston, we are seeing a black cable going right through the middle of the scene. At your convenience, if you would please move that, PAO would appreciate it.
This is Artemis Mission Control. We're currently 5 days, 3 hours, and 21 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission following a liftoff from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida on Wednesday, April 1st. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft is currently wrapping up their lunar flyby cleanup activities. They're making final...
Houston Integrity, high priority PAO images from the eclipse are on PCD-1 in a so-named folder.
We copy, Christina. Thanks.
And NASA astronaut Christina Cook there calling down to the ground regarding some public affairs imagery that was captured during the lunar flyby activities. She referenced a PCD, that is in reference to their portable computing devices, which are basically tablets that they're able to transfer files and also follow along on processes and procedures and their timelines for the day.
No.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. Currently on console here in Mission Control is the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers being led by Flight Director Diane Daly and the Capcom or Capsule Communicator, who serves as the single voice link up to the crew, is Tess Caswell. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft recently wrapped up their lunar flyby observation period, and now they are completing some cleanup activities and transferring some data and files down to the ground following that lunar flyby. Many of these files will be analyzed by the science team overnight in advance of a post-lunar flyby conference tomorrow once the crew wakes up. The crew is also preparing for an upcoming public affairs downlink event. And then following that downlink, they will have a few final activities for the day, including a private medical conference with their team here on the ground. These are standard conferences that happen at the end of every day. And they'll also have a private conference with the flight director here in Mission Control to go over the vehicle status and any other questions or concerns they may have for the remainder of their flight. We are currently in flight day 6. And we have a splashdown expected on Friday, April 10th. That splashdown expected in about 3 days, 21 hours, and 49 minutes from now. During the lunar flyby, and as part of Artemis 2, it marked the first time in more than 50 years that humans were able to observe the moon directly and provided a critical opportunity to practice how lunar science will be conducted during future Artemis missions. The moon preserves a near-continuous record of solar system history that has been erased on Earth, and with no atmosphere, weather, or plate tectonics, the lunar surface retains evidence of ancient impacts, volcanism, and solar activity that scientists can study today. Studying the moon helps scientists understand how planets formed and evolved, how the moon influenced Earth's history, and how the early sun shaped conditions across the inner solar system. The moon also serves as a unique platform for studying the broader universe. The science on Artemis is designed around questions best answered by humans working alongside robotic systems, combining decades of robotic lunar data with real-time human judgment, context, and adaptability. Currently on your screen, you're seeing a look at the Artemis real-time orbit website. You can access this website at any time throughout the mission at nasa.gov/trackartemis. It provides updates on the velocity as well as the distance from Earth and the distance from the moon of the Orion spacecraft and its crew. The crew currently on board the Orion spacecraft includes NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, who is the commander for the mission, NASA astronaut Victor Glover, who is the pilot, alongside the 2 mission specialists, who are Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen of the Canadian Space Agency. Currently, the Orion spacecraft is about 250,000 miles away from the Earth, and that distance now will continue to close down ahead of that splashdown on April 10th. And they are now about 8,100 miles away from the moon, and that distance will continue to increase as they are now in the return leg of their journey.
for ARS.
Go ahead, Integrity.
Hey, Tess, great to talk to you. Any chance we could drop the fan speed down for this PAO event?
We will put that in work. Great to be talking to you, too.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We're currently 5 days, 3 hours, and 37 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft has recently concluded their lunar observation period during the lunar flyby. As part of that lunar flyby, the Orion spacecraft and its crew made the closest approach to the moon at a distance of 4,067 miles away from the surface at approximately 6 p.m. Central Time, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Now, although the Artemis 2 mission is a new opportunity to study the moon, teams are also conducting other scientific experiments, including on the crew themselves. Here's a little bit more about the science of the mission.
Artemis 2 is our return of humans to the moon, flying around the moon on board Orion. But along with that, we're doing a lot of great science.
One of the exciting things about the Artemis missions to the moon is that science is actually a fundamental pillar of why we explore, why we're going, what we're doing in Artemis.
I think it's incredibly exciting that not only are we testing the vehicle, but we're testing science on board. Science where the astronauts are conducting experiments, science riding along with the astronauts. We have astronauts looking outside the window and really observing the lunar surface.
It will help us understand the deep space environment. It will help us understand how that environment affects our astronauts, our systems, and life in general.
So deep space is a challenge for us because you have to leave Earth's protective magnetic field. Here in low Earth orbit, the crew members are protected from some of the harmful radiation. Going to the moon, they'll no longer be protected, so they'll have a higher radiation exposure.
Much like Artemis 1, we have so many radiation sensors and detectors that are inside the capsule so that we can fully understand and appreciate the radiation environment for protecting our astronauts. In my hand here, I'm holding a tissue chip model. This is the exact design that's going to be flying alongside the astronauts. We'll be collecting samples from each of the crew members, and we can make these organ chips out of the astronauts themselves. So every crew member will have their own avatar on board, and then upon return, we can evaluate that deep space radiation environment and what that compares to the astronaut themselves. Not only are they going to help change the course of medicine for the astronauts, but revolutionizing that on Earth as well.
We're looking at sleep, we're looking at team dynamics, we're looking at how you interact with the environment. We're also looking at the immune system, so what are the biomarkers? We're using saliva as a method to study hormones and different things in your body that may change during a mission like this. And then finally, how do we function after microgravity, being close to the moon, then returning to Earth?
Which will ultimately help us achieve our goal of getting humans to Mars.
And then on top of that, we have an opportunity to look at the moon from deep space on the far side for the first time in over 50 years.
How Getting human eyeballs and brains back around the moon is going to unlock a new generation of lunar science discovery. The human eyeball is capable of taking in so much data in just a split second. They'll be able to tackle impact history, volcanic history. They'll be able to look at how the albedo, or kind of the shade and hue of the moon and the color of the moon, can tell us something about how that terrain evolved over time. We're integrating science in ways that have never been integrated into human exploration before. We have a front room mission control flight controller position called the Science Officer. We have a brand new science back room where it's basically our brain trust of lunar scientists and geologists supporting the crews of the future. And Artemis II will allow us to really test how this works so that future missions are really set up for success.
We'll also be deploying some CubeSats. They're small shoebox-sized spacecraft of their own. They're each provided by another country, one of our partners. As they conduct their research, they'll complement what we are doing at the moon with Orion.
It is so incredibly exciting to be a part of this mission.
It has been, really one of the privileges of a lifetime.
I can see the work I'm doing benefit crew members right now and benefit the crew members in the future. So it's incredibly exciting and it's very rewarding.
As this rocket launches humanity off of the Earth, we'll be setting the stage through our science to prepare humanity to leave Earth and explore the solar system.
And as part of that, we are going to inhibit cabin leak detection. The edge key manual response is still available. Copy, thumbs up.
This is Artemis Mission Control. Again, we're hearing some communication between the ground here and the Artemis Flight Control Room in Houston, Texas, specifically the Capcom or Capsule Communicator, who for Orbit 2 is Tess Caswell, and the crew on board the Orion spacecraft, that spacecraft named Integrity by its crew. They are preparing for an upcoming public affairs event, so they are discussing the camera views, which we will see here shortly. There on your screen on the left-hand side, you can see the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO. The Artemis Real-Time Orbit website there on the left-hand side of your screen provides updates on the velocity of the Orion spacecraft during its journey around the moon. Following a lunar flyby earlier today, which concluded about an hour ago, the crew has been conducting some cleanup tasks, so they've been transferring some of their documentation, their photos and data that they captured during the flyby to the ground to be evaluated by the science team, and of course some of that imagery will also be evaluated by the public affairs team here at NASA and then shared with the world once it's available. The crew will also have a post-lunar flyby conference with the science team tomorrow following their sleep period to go over some of their observations while it's still fresh and at the top of their mind. On the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, you can see a look into the Artemis Flight Control Room here in Mission Control Houston, specifically the Flight Director Console and the Cap
as PCDs, while Victor and Christina serve as the support members. Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen will be up first to capture imagery and record audio on the portable computing devices. You hear those referred to as PCDs, while Victor and Christina serve as the support members. Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen will be up first to capture imagery and record audio on the portable computing devices. You hear those referred to as PCDs, while Victor and Christina serve as the support members. Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen will be up first to capture imagery and record audio on the portable computing devices. You hear those referred to as PCDs, while
console for Orbit 2 is Diane Daly, and throughout the Artemis 2 mission, there are 3 shifts or orbits of flight controllers who provide 24/7 coverage and support to the Artemis 2 crew and the Orion spacecraft and its systems during its journey around the moon. We are expecting a splashdown on Friday, April 10th. That splashdown will take place in about 3 days, 21 hours, and 33 minutes. During the lunar flyby that took place earlier today, Orion, again that spacecraft named Integrity by its crew, passed approximately 4,000 to 6,000 miles from the moon and provided the crew with a full disk view of the lunar surface. And from that higher vantage point, much farther than Apollo's lunar orbits on average, the astronauts were able to observe both poles and large-scale geological features in a single view. And there on your screen, you're currently seeing a live look inside the cabin of the Orion spacecraft.
Integrity Houston, we are 3 minutes out from an on-time start, and we have adjusted the fan speed. We'll take a thumbs up if you're happy with it. Copy, thumbs up. Superlative thumbs up.
And there on your screen, you can see all of the Artemis 2 crew members. CSA astronaut Jeremy Hansen just floated out of view behind the camera, but you can still see NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, NASA astronaut Christina Cook, and NASA astronaut Victor Glover as they prepare for an upcoming Public Affairs Downlink event, which is scheduled to take place in just a couple minutes from now. And there, floating back onto the screen, is CSA or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. He is making himself comfy on some of the OX or Orion Crew Survival System suits that have been stowed for the outbound and now return journey. Shortly after the completion of these couple of public affairs downlink events, the crew will begin winding down for their day, and they will have the opportunity to eat dinner. Some of the items on their menu today for dinner include chicken with corn and black beans, sweet and sour pork, rice pilaf, spicy green beans, citrus fruit salad, and maple cream cookies. All of the And now we will go ahead and stand by for that public affairs event beginning in just about a minute.
Integrity Houston, no action for the DU-1 caution. We're taking a look. Integrity, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
Hello, Houston. Integrity is ready for the event.
Administrator Isaacman, this is Mission Control Houston. Please call Integrity for a voice check.
Integrity, Jared Isaacman, comm check.
Administrator Isaacman, we've got you loud and clear, sir. How us?
I've got you loud and clear. Artemis II crew, we have a very special guest who wanted to be the first person to greet you after your return from the far side of the moon. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, it's my honor to introduce the President of the United States of America, President Donald J. Trump. Over to you, sir.
Well, thank you very much, Jared, and you are doing a fantastic job. And hello, very special hello to Artemis II. Today you've made history and made all America really proud, incredibly proud. We have a lot of things to be proud of lately, but this is there's nothing like what you're doing, circling around the moon for the first time in more than a half a century and breaking the all-time record for the farthest distance from planet Earth. Humans have really never seen anything quite like what you're doing in a manned spacecraft. It's really special. I want to personally salute and congratulate Commander Reed Weissman, Pilot Victor Glover, Mission Specialist Christina Koch, and Jeremy Hansen. And I also want to thank the entire amazing team at NASA, headed by Jared, who's a very special guy, by the way, and you all made this day possible, and you've really inspired the entire world. Really, everybody's watching. They find it incredible. I just watched you go to the back of the moon, and people haven't been there in a long time, we can say, but it's going to be more and more prevalent because we're going to be doing a lot of traveling, and then you're going to ultimately do the whole big trip to Mars, and that's going to be very exciting. So you look at, we had no astronaut has been to the moon since the days of Apollo program. The Apollo program was also very special, but that was 50 years ago, and at long last, America is back, and America is back in many ways stronger than ever before. We're the hottest country anywhere in the world. The Artemis crew flew in the most powerful rocket NASA has ever made, ever launched, traveled over 250,000 miles, broke the distance record set by the legendary Apollo 13, and America is a frontier nation, and the four brave astronauts of Artemis II are a modern day, you really are modern day pioneers, all of you, and one of them happens to be a neighbor. You know who that is, right? You have a special person over there, a neighbor, and we like our neighbor. Your mission paves the way for America's return to the lunar surface very soon. We're going all out. We're doing everything we can, and it's headed up by Jared. We'll plant our flag once again, and this time we won't just leave footprints. We'll establish a permanent presence on the moon, and we'll push on to Mars. That'll be very exciting. I'm waiting for that so much. I'd love to be here, but maybe we won't quite make it in terms of timing, but we will be up in the moon, and that's going to happen soon. So America will be second to none in space and everything else that we're doing, and we will continue to lead the whole thing into the stars, this incredible journey into the stars. So I just wanted, it's an honor to speak to you, and I wanted to congratulate each and every one of you. And tell me, what is the most unforgettable part of this really historic day? The whole world is watching and listening. Please tell me.
President, this call is certainly special to all of us, and we really have a lot of faith in our Administrator, Jared Isaacman, who is with you. We appreciate his leadership in NASA and in the international community. We are doing great things, and we are proud to be a part of. I have to tell you, as we came around the near side of the moon, seeing all the sights that we've seen from Earth for all of our lives, but we're seeing them from a different perspective, and then we started to get a glimpse of the and we saw sights, Oriental sights that no human has ever seen before, not even in Apollo, and that was amazing for us. And then the surprise of the day, we just came out of an eclipse where the sun, moon, and the entire dark moon about that big right out the window that we were watching. We could see the corona of the sun, and then we could see the planet train line up, and at Mars, and all of us commented how excited we are to watch this nation and this planet become a two-planet species.
That is fantastic. You know, I had a decision to make in my first term, and the decision is, what are we going to do at NASA? Are we going to have it be revived, or are we going to close it down? And I had very little hesitation, and it's really great to have somebody like Jared involved, because he really makes it much easier for me. But it was not even a question in my own mind. We've spent what we had to do, and then of course we have Space Force, and Space Force is very much related to what you're doing, and that was my baby. That was a very important one, and it'll turn out to be truly one of the most important, I believe, decisions I've ever made. So we're very proud of Space Force, and we're very proud of all of you. Does anybody else have anything to say? A lot of people listening.
Mr. President, to be here with you speaking about our incredible day today. I think one of the biggest highlights was coming back from the far side of the moon and having the first glimpses of planet Earth again after being out of communication for about 45 minutes. It really just reminds you what a special place we have and how important it is for our nation to lead and not follow in exploring deep space.
I'd like to ask, what was your feeling when you had no communication, zero communication? All of a sudden it was cut off by, obviously, your very special location. What was your feeling when you had no communication? A little bit different, perhaps.
Yes, Mr. President, it was I said a little prayer, but then I had to keep rolling. I was actually recording scientific observations of the far side of the moon. You know, that is actually the time when we were the farthest and the closest to the moon. And so we were really able to make some of our most detailed observations of the far side of the moon up close. And so we were busy up here working really hard. And I must say, it was actually quite nice.
Did you see a difference, a big difference, between the far side of the moon and the near side of the moon? Was there a difference in feel or difference in look? What did you see?
Well, Mr. President, we certainly did, and our science team really set us up well to understand what they thought we might see. And the gravitational pull of the Earth has had a profound effect on the near side of the moon, changing all those dark mares, those dark patches of the moon you see from Earth. It's very different on the far side. While you see some small patches of those mare in deep craters, it's very much absent on that side, so that's really neat. And while I have the microphone, sir, I just want to thank you on behalf of Canada. The space leadership you spoke of from America truly is extraordinary. I've said this many times before. A nation that leads like that and creates and sets big goals for humanity that brings other countries along with it is truly incredible. And I know that's a very intentional, not a necessary decision, intentional decision to lead by example and to allow other countries like Canada to share our gifts and help you achieve these mutually beneficial goals, like establishing a presence on the moon and eventually going to Mars. And Canadians are so proud to be a part of this program.
Well, I have to say I spoke to a very special person, Wayne Gretzky, who I think you know, the great one. And I spoke to your Prime Minister and many other friends I have in Canada. They are so proud of you. And you have a lot of courage. I'm not sure if they'd want to do that. I'm not even sure if the great one would want to do that, to be honest with you. But you have a lot of courage doing what you're doing, a lot of bravery and a lot of genius. But they're very, very proud of you.
Administrator Isaacman, just get a quick comm check, make sure you guys are still on the line and we didn't have a handover.
I am. Yes, I am.
And integrity, and back over to you, Mr. President.
Yeah, I think we might have gotten cut off. It is a long distance. It's a long ways. The reception's been great. There's a little bit of about a 9-second delay, but no, I just had a statement for, I don't know what you heard, but I was just saying they're very proud of your brilliant person from Canada on the ship. And Wayne Gretzky is a great friend of mine, and he's very proud of him. And the Prime Minister I spoke to, they're very, very honored that you have a courageous person from Canada. You have a lot of courageous people from Canada. So it was very nice. I'm not sure if you heard me say that, but it was very nice.
Yes, Mr. President, we heard that, and we do love our Jeremy Hansen. We love all our Canadian astronauts, Jenny Gibbons, Josh Kutrick. They're just great people, and they're such a welcome addition to our Corps.
Great. Well, I really look forward to, when we can, I look forward to seeing you in the Oval Office. I'll ask Jared to bring you over, and I'll ask for your autograph, because I don't really ask for autographs much, but you deserve that. You really are something. Everybody's talking about this. And I look forward to having you in the Oval Office at the White House, and we will celebrate your incredible achievements and triumphs. This is big. This is really big stuff. The whole world is talking about it. And if you have the time, I will certainly find the time. I've been pretty busy also, as you know, but I will absolutely find the time, and we'll get together, and I'm going to be giving you a big salute on behalf of the American people and beyond that.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. And when you want us, we will be there. And thank you for your leadership. Thank you to Jared for his leadership. Really, thank you for taking the time out today to visit NASA. It's really special for us, but it's really special for the team on the ground. A whole team of people all around the world pulled this off, and we just want to say thank you to all of you for this. It is the thrill and honor of a lifetime to have been on this journey. Today was amazing, but this 3-year journey has been amazing, and it was made possible by the American people and the Canadian people, and we're so grateful to you all. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. And Jared, congratulations. We'll see you soon. And I know that you have Mars very much in your mind, so we'll start thinking about that pretty soon, I think. And thank you. Congratulations to everybody. I'll see you at the Oval Office.
Thank you for your time, Mr. President. It's been an honor.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye.
Integrity. This is Houston ACR. That concludes the event. Thank you.
Thank you to all participants. Integrity, we are now resuming operational audio communications. Integrity Houston, great job on the event. Just a heads up, we are on track to start the next event on time at 4:15.
Okay, sounds great. We'll be ready.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We just had that public affairs event with President Donald Trump and the crew on board the Orion spacecraft. And coming up in about 10 minutes, there will be another public affairs event. That event taking place at a mission elapsed time of 5 days, 4 hours, and 15 minutes.
Currently on your screen, you're seeing a look at the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, which provides updates on the velocity as well as the distance of the Orion spacecraft from both Earth and the Moon. The Orion spacecraft and its crew, that crew including Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen, are currently about 250,000 miles away from the Earth, and that distance is starting to become smaller as they are now on the return leg of their journey. And they are about 9,300 miles away from the Moon. They made their close approach to the Moon.
Integrity Houston with a question about fan speed.
Go ahead.
Hey, Reed, we were wondering if this adjusted fan speed is something that you would like to keep going forward, or if it was just a specific change request for the events this evening.
Certainly for PAO events, this is an ideal fan speed. If you're willing to give us this fan speed for routine habitability, I think we would take it and try it for a while.
And Reed, we are able to support keeping the fan speed in this config. Happy to keep it here to collect data.
Okay, you got 4 happy astronauts up here. We'll take it. Obviously, when we go to exercise, we'll need to bump it up, but I think for quiescent living, this will be great.
We copy, and we love seeing those smiles.
integrity for docking camera.
Go ahead.
Just want to make sure we have the config you're expecting. I have the dual camera bracket is installed, the window shade is closed, and the docking camera is stowed in its Alpha 3 storage area.
That's a good config.
Thank you.
And while I've got you, we are 3 minutes out from an on-time start of the next event.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You can see a live look of the Artemis 2 crew inside the Orion spacecraft cabin as they prepare for another public affairs downlink event. There on your screen is CSA astronaut Jeremy Hansen along with NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman and NASA astronaut Victor Glover popping up. Earlier today, the crew completed their lunar flyby observation period, during which the Orion spacecraft and its crew passed approximately 4,000 to 6,000 miles from the moon and provided the astronauts with a full disk view of the lunar surface. And from that higher vantage point, the astronauts were able to observe both poles and large-scale geological features in a single view. Towards the tail end of that observation period, they also were able to see an eclipse. And that eclipse period lasted about an hour and was when the sun was hidden from view behind the opposite side of the moon from the perspective of Orion. Since then, the crew has been working to clean up some of their observations and transfer some of the data and imagery down to the ground to begin processing, and the science team will take a look at that imagery as it comes down ahead of a post-lunar flyby conference tomorrow with the crew following their sleep period. Now we are standing by for a second public affairs event taking place in about a minute.
Integrity, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
Houston, Integrity is ready for the event.
Administrator Isaacman, this is Mission Control Houston. Please call Integrity for a voice check.
Integrity, Jared Isaacman, comm check.
Administrator Isaacman, we've got you loud and clear up here.
I've got you loud and clear, and let's see if we can top that last PO event. That was pretty special. So we are going to spend the next 20 minutes doing Q&A from a number of questions that have been submitted, and we are going to start with one from me. You all have spent years preparing for this moment and imagining what it must be like when you look down at the moon, at the lunar surface. What has surprised you all that you did not anticipate?
Go ahead. No,
it's on.
Administrator, great to chat with you. Just something that just shocked me because really using imagery and just the three-dimensionality of it. You know from your experience of seeing the Earth from space how it just seems different, and you look out in depth of things. And when we were on the far side of the moon looking back at Earth, it was just so obvious. You had this sphere out in front of you of the moon and this three-dimensional. You really felt like you weren't in a capsule. You'd been transported to the far side of the moon, and it really just bent your mind. It was an extraordinary human experience. I'm so grateful for it.
Integrity, Jared, anyone else want to answer that one?
You know, we had an amazing launch. The SLS is quite a powerful rocket, and got us into a 1,200 by, eventually a 100-mile orbit, and clearly power and speed, and then we did our translunar injection, and we were going quite fast. And so with all of that speed, though, it still took us days to get here. And so the scope of all of the things to a 321-foot tall rocket was amazing. It just puts the power required to do this in perspective. But then even with all that power and to get to those velocities, it still took us days. And the breadth of the distance we had to cover. Watching the distance from Earth count up and the distance from the moon count down was one of the most surprising things I've enjoyed.
Well, as I was trying to formulate an answer, at first I couldn't think of anything because there are so many things to choose from. I'll try to just narrow it down, but I'm going to go with something we did yesterday, a manual power flight test objective, where we just basically got to sit at the vehicle. It was Jeremy and I this time, and just drive around using the rotational hand controller, basically just drive it with the stick, and how well it handled, how tight the control algorithms were, and watching it respond when we actually degraded it on purpose by going into 3 degrees of freedom control, by actually inhibiting some of the jets, which even though we have jet redundancy, of course, for each other in these complicated algorithms. So it was just amazing to be in a deep space spacecraft and just be flying it around by hand. The one other thing I'll say, how fast it has gone by. I'm not ready to go home. I can't believe that something this cramped of quarters can fly by and still be fun every single minute.
And I'll just close out with, I think just scale, Jared, is the thing that is just blowing my mind. You flew Polaris Dawn to some amazing apogee numbers, and on the International Space Station, we're 250 nautical miles up, and that's the most beautiful view I think a human could ever experience. And we are dealing with numbers that are 250,000 miles, and every time Mission Control points this vehicle either at the moon or at Earth, and it reminds me every day that humans have to go, we've got to explore, we got to go further to expand our knowledge, expand our horizons. And every time we take another step forward, it makes the world seem a little bit smaller and a little bit more manageable. And just putting these numbers in perspective, it is impossible as a human to look at these displays and comprehend them. But here we are, and NASA is doing this, an international team is doing this, and they're doing it very well.
Excellent words, Integrity. So certainly a very wild insertion orbit. I can imagine the contrast between perigee and apogee, the scale of it all, the 3D, seeing the moon come alive, and then certainly manual control. Well, every Dragon crew for the last 5 years is very jealous on that. Okay, so we're going to questions here. This one, the Artemis II crew, inspire all of us, but what inspires you?
I think as you get older, your answer to that question changes a lot. Certainly when I was a young boy and a young man, just seeing an airplane flying overhead, to me, that really lit a fire in me. And then I think when you reach your middle age, it is interesting to watch leadership throughout the world kind of change the course of human. You can watch that unfold. And now now that I'm just a little bit over 50, you'll be there soon. Now that I'm just a little bit over 50, I mean, it all ties back to just family, and you understand just how much the people that you surround yourself with, and that is really every night when you go to bed, that's really what you end up thinking. At least that's what I end up thinking.
Thank you. All right, so here's a question. It's a good one. So for the Artemis 3 crew, what is the advice you would pass along for the next astronauts that will go in Orion?
That's a great question, Jared. We've actually been thinking about the Artemis 3 crew since we were assigned as the Artemis 2 crew. It was the beginning of how we came up with how we wanted to fly this mission, how we wanted to buy down risk for the program, and values as a crew. And so, over the course of these 3 years, we've taken a lot of notes. So we've almost got a book to hand them. But I think a few practical things, just sitting here that we've been living for the past 6 days, how you pack is a huge impact to how you will live on the journey. And so things like food and your hygiene products, and then you know what's going on with our waste management system, the technology that we have, practicing that and being familiar with that and being prepared mentally. I used it on the space station. I used it at home in training, but I'll be honest, I wasn't really prepared to have to use it for over half the mission. And but we adapt and overcome, and so I can't wait to talk to that crew.
I'm glad you said it, or else I was. We definitely have to fix some of the plumbing. Okay, this question is from Merriam-Webster. So wordy one here. So you are going to be, you've already surpassed more than 250,000 miles from Earth, farther than any human has gone before. So what are some words that come to mind when you try to wrap your mind around this very unique experience?
I'll be honest with you, the main word, because superlatives just don't do it justice, is humility. We would never be here if it weren't for so many people that came before us, starting with Neil Armstrong, Katherine Johnson, Dorothy Vaughan, civil rights movement leaders, everyone who worked on this spacecraft. Before we got here in our 3 years of training, we went all over the country and even to our European and Canadian partners to see the people who have put their hands on this hardware, the millions of parts from every valve, to this entire thing, the people that put on harnesses every day to rig it up in the VAB. They all passed the record. We definitely didn't pass the record up here alone.
So this is actually very similar to the question the President of the United States asked just a brief bit ago. But during the quiet moments on your journey, when you were out of contact with everyone here on Earth, what were some of the thoughts that tended to occupy your mind most?
Yeah, as Victor said earlier, when we were on the far side of the moon and out of contact with planet Earth, we all knew it, and it was a milestone. We saw Earth disappear, the Earth set. But we were so busy with the science, and we have such faith in our vehicle integrity, such faith in mission control, that we were just at complete peace and just doing our job. And just trying to do a good job to collect as much science data as we could while we were on the far side of the moon. And we were just giddy in here, like of our lives.
He's being a bit humble, but as soon as we went out of comm with planet Earth, we did have maple cookies as we just gathered together for about 30 seconds. Each one of us had a maple cream cookie and then right back into the science. But we had to take a moment to honor that time going behind Earth, and it was going behind the moon and out of touch with Earth, and that was a very surreal moment for this crew.
Copy that. Copy good maple cookies on the far side. And how has this journey changed? How has this journey already changed the way you see our home planet and humanity's future among the stars?
There's so many directions I think we could go with that, and I just, I think that there's, global, but I think real impact is local, and is to see the Earth as an entire thing and look at it, this system, and to see it all in once. But my daughters, and just the things that we can impact directly, the people that I can touch, that I can speak to, hug, and show love and gratitude toward, is the thing that I think is going to change and last. And but you also talked about the future that we're going to have in the stars, and this mission, I think we swung for the fence and launched on our first try after learning a lot earlier this year. But I think it set the stage for us to go out and continue to swing for the fence hard in our Orion SLS and ground systems programs to go and get the next one teed up so that crew can knock it off out of the park. And so I have huge expectations for what's coming next.
Good words. Are you feeling homesick for Earth?
I will tell you, last in my eyes, I did start thinking about getting home. It's not homesickness at all, but the first time probably in 3 years, I let my mind get past the moon and back towards home, and I had to catch myself right there. You're an operator just like we are, and that is the place to be when you're up here. We got to look one step ahead. What's next? What's our next burn? How are we setting up our trajectory to get home? And we are going to do that. We are locked in, and we are definitely excited for the second half of this mission. And we are on guard. We are first crew to fly this vehicle. We are ready for any contingency in any scenario, and we are going to stay locked in every second until we are back on that Navy ship and then home reunited with our families.
And copy that. Astronauts like being in space. That checks out. Okay, there's a lot of questions from the space photography community. How are the pictures going so far?
Well, we all love getting our hands on cameras and our eyes behind the lens here, because we're just trying to share the incredible things that we're seeing, and that's obviously the best way we can try to do that. I've been into night sky photography for a long time, and so this is really a dream come true for me. I have thought specifically to that community, the time lapses I've been trying to get, those are a little tougher because we have a very dynamic vehicle. It's not like being on ISS where you can get the city lights below and the auroras and the spinning stars around the North Star. There's a lot going on. But what we got to matter is out of this world. When we viewed that eclipse, that was the one time we all said, we literally cannot capture this with a camera. Everything else, I think we've really put our hearts and minds into making sure we understand so that we can bring that home to everyone. But having to set the low light features for Earthshine on the moon while it's an eclipse, that was a new one. I had to dig deep in my book for that one.
And thanks for the iPhones. They've been working great.
Very glad to hear that. And there are a couple billion people back here on Earth that are extremely excited to look at the imagery you've captured up there. So. Okay, well, I want to thank you all. Integrity. So Reed, Victor, Christina, Jeremy, on behalf of NASA and space-loving people across the world, thank you for taking us with you to the moon. Thank you for your courage. all of your beautiful words that we've heard. You represent the absolute best of us. We are proud of you, and we look forward to welcoming you back safely to the good earth very soon. Godspeed, and go Artemis II.
Thank you so much, Administrator. We are just proud to be a part of this team, doing our work every day, and we are supported by a huge world of humans, and we are just honored to be a part of that. Thank you.
We'll see you soon.
Integrity, this is Houston ACR. That concludes the event. Thank you.
Thank you to all participants. Integrity, we are now resuming operational audio
much.
comm.
Hello everyone, and that concludes the event of the space transmission of the crew flying around the moon. And so just to be clear to everyone, the event has ended. But hello Mermaid, I'm going to show some scenes about the so the event has ended and the live stream is done. See if there's anything else happening, but no, it seems it has ended. So that means that everything that we've seen is over with. Let's see. But I want to see this. I'm seeing something else. What is this? All right. Let's see what this is.
Spacecraft. And about 25.
I see another one. I see something else. Let's see. No, that was from April 1st. This is something else that's about the craft. I'll show y'all. But yeah, that stream ended. This is another one of it. Let's see. Another live feed about the Archimedes craft. Oh, you're welcome, Falcon and Saw Girl and everyone else. This is something
at which the pull of the moon's gravity became stronger than the pull of Earth's gravity, and the crew will remain in this lunar sphere of influence until about 12:25 p.m. Central, 1:25 p.m. Eastern on April 7th. Today, the crew spent the majority of their day making science observations and capturing imagery as part of the lunar flyby, during which Orion and its crew passed approximately 4,000 to 6,000 miles from the moon and provided the crew with a full disk view of the lunar surface. From that higher vantage point, the crew was able to observe both poles and large-scale geologic features in a single view, and the Artemis II crew also became the first humans to directly observe certain far-side regions of the moon with unaided eyes. During the lunar flyby, the crew also surpassed the Apollo 13 distance record and made that farthest distance from the Earth during their mission at a distance of 252,756 miles away from Earth.
Integrity Houston with 2 updates.
Houston, go ahead with the updates.
Hey, Victor, again, awesome job on both of those events. The team down here really enjoyed following along. I've got 2 sync items for you. The first is that based on ground schedules, we'd like to pull your flight director conference up before your PMC, so we'll start the flight director conference at the time the PMC is currently scheduled. And the second item is just following up on the DU1 caution. We believe this is a recurrence of what we saw with DU2 earlier in the mission. It's back up and it's ready for you to reconfigure displays as you wish. And I see you have that in work.
Okay, great. We would love a main and secondary dump line status, or really the main line.
Check in. And Reed, back with you on the dump lines. The main dump is open and it's proceeding very slowly, but the secondary is still configured and go for use.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
And this is Artemis Mission Control. Some communication there between NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman and the Capcom, or capsule communicator, here in Mission Control, discussing some of the final activities on their timeline for the day before they head into pre-sleep and get ready to close out Flight Day 6. So during the flyby period, the Artemis crew and in its Orion spacecraft reached a farthest distance from Earth at 252,756 miles, which was 4,112 miles farther than Apollo 13. And a couple minutes prior to that farthest distance milestone, Orion also made its closest approach to the moon at a distance of 4,067 miles. And at the end of the lunar flyby period, the crew was also able to see an eclipse with the sun hidden from view behind the opposite side of the moon from the perspective of Orion. And during this time, the crew saw a mostly dark moon, and the crew also used the opportunity to analyze the solar corona, which is the sun's outermost atmosphere. And once the sun was completely out of view behind the moon, the crew observed impact flashes, which are flashes of light from meteoroids striking the surface, and some deep space targets, including planets such as the Mars, Venus, and Saturn. The crew's observations during this flyby, along with handheld photography and images from the Orion spacecraft, will form the basis for scientific investigations into the moon's geologic history, the lunar environment, and current processes such as new impacts. At this point in the Artemis II mission, the crew and the teams on the ground have begun or completed 23 of the 27 high-priority objectives for the mission, providing a tremendous insight into the operation of the Orion spacecraft and critical information as we prepare for future Artemis missions. Now that the lunar flyby observation period has concluded, along with the public affairs events that followed with President Donald Trump and NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman, we are going to wrap our broadcast coverage on NASA Plus. Thank you to everyone who tuned into our coverage on NASA Plus, as well as through our streaming partners on Peacock, Netflix, Amazon Prime, and HBO Max. While our NASA Plus coverage is concluding, our 24/7 continuous coverage will continue on NASA's YouTube page, so you can continue to follow our Artemis II crew on their return journey back to Earth. This is Mission Control Houston.
All right, so that is the official final statement of... That is the final statement of the... Did they remember Tang? Okay, so this is the... That was the final part of the broadcast officially, so there's another stream that they had that goes 24/7. That with their communications, that they have, that part was over. So this time, this part that you just heard is that the astronauts are about to go into sleep, so they'll dim the lights of the ship, and they go to sleep. And yeah, Tony, I see. I did they forget that? Because I see you, and now I see you ask that. Yeah, I would think that considering what happened with their with the issues with that, they may have forgotten to do that, Tony. But hopefully they didn't, but they could have. Considering the circumstances of their toilet issues they're having up there. So maybe so. Scared. And because that's certainly the most important thing on Earth and up there too. Sawgrow, all we see is this. This stream I'm showing you right now is a 24/7 stream of the ship, and as it floats in space. So yeah, that is their. That's all we see is this. You see on the screen. And if you fart, someone will hear you and smell. Yes, Tony, and the smell actually lasts longer on the ship than it does on Earth because of no gravity. Yeah. Oh, I completely agree. I really like this scenery, this screen that we see right here. I think it'd be a nice wallpaper or something. Yeah, it's a cool backdrop. Like I can keep that in mind for the future. Like this could be a cool backdrop while we talk about things or whatever. So, yeah, definitely. And it has artificial lighting also. So freaking disgusting. And I bet you they don't eat nothing before they go up there that they won't fart. Yeah, oh yeah. I'm sure that they were high on farts. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, they were. Oh yeah, absolutely, Saw Girl. It's extremely like in the submarines, like James Cameron in the Mariana Trench. I think they have to eat something or take a pill so that doesn't happen. So they can eat or take some sort of pill where they don't do that. So yeah, definitely. Yeah, high on farts. Yeah. So it's like a submarine but in space. So it definitely takes a lot of mental and physical training to do this. Tony said, I was married for 9 years and he hid it from me till our wedding night, but never again. Oh, scared. Oh, yeah. That is, definitely. Yeah. Yeah, hilarious. So, yeah, they seem to eat regular meals up there, but floating around like that must be kind of odd. Then coming back to Earth must feel weird too. I mean, it does feel weird for them. Now they look like they're in good shape and young, so they should be able to get over it. But it can be very tolling on the body. Yes, hit the like button and subscribe. Fact, Saw Girl. I appreciate it. Yeah, and just space is so quiet. It's like the desert. The desert could be very quiet and ambient, and this is quiet too. Like out here in space, it's just silent, no sound. Yeah, disorientating. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. All right, so Saw Girl, I am having a garden live tonight. Yes, absolutely. Look forward to seeing you there. All right, so this is kind of like a recap. The Artemis 2, NASA's first crewed mission to the moon in over 50 years following the uncrewed Artemis 1 is a test flight in 2022. It launched in April 1, 2026, carrying a crew of 4 for a 10-day journey to lunar orbit and back. Okay, yeah. See you later, Saw Girl. You go eat dinner. And by the way, Tony, uh, the bananas. Let's see. I think you said banana cake. That sounds delicious. What you're making in the oven, by the way. All right. Mission goal: this crewed flight test to validate Orion spacecraft and Space Launch System (SLS) rocket systems, including life support, communications, and navigation, in preparation for future lunar landings. Distance records: the mission reached a maximum distance approximately 2,252,756 miles from Earth, surpassing human spacecraft record previously held by Apollo 13. Oh, Tony, that sounds addicting. That sounds addicting. Flight path: the spacecraft followed free return trajectory, a figure-of-8 path that uses moon's gravity to swing the crew around the lunar far side and naturally pull them back toward Earth. Yeah, right, Tony, right. It's not out of a can. Oh yeah, yeah. I got you. Yeah, the autocorrect too is cringe. A lot of people are having problems with that. Are getting, I and everyone else. Yeah, the autocorrect thing can be really annoying. All right. All right. So at this point in time, let's see, this part of the stream is over with. The coverage of the dark side of the moon sighting that they did. Okay. Yeah, I definitely think that it was very cool to see the moon, the other side of the moon, because they showed like the light changing into the darkness. That was really awesome. I like that, and it was nice watching with all of you. But yeah, that concludes the coverage of the Archimedes expedition to the dark side of the moon. Now, anything else about this, I certainly will be broadcasting it. And so, Tony, it's nice seeing you in chat, Tony, after a while. I hope everything's been going well with you, by the way. I'm glad you're able to come by and visit us. I've been looking at different things about the ships that sunk in the Arctic. I knew about them, but not much about them, and it's quite, pretty horrid. It was quite horrid what happened. So those, another group of brave people to go into the Arctic like that, just as the people in space that are going out there are also very brave too. And hello, everybody. For those maybe tuning in, we are observing we just observed the stream part has ended about I'm back. People could say, anyway, okay, let's see, busy all the damn time and a lot, my problem, and wait on my cat's hand and foot. Oh, yes, definitely the same thing with the cats here, waiting on them hand and foot too. Yeah. We're their servants. They are the bosses that we have, definitely. And so, for those tuning in, this is recently we saw them go past the moon and the dark part of the moon that we didn't see. Okay, Mermaid said Epic Fury tomorrow or tonight. Okay, gotcha, Mermaid. Gotcha. I'll be, if you're doing a stream, I'll look forward to seeing it. And also, I got Subnautica, which I'm very glad that I got it. Mermaid told me about it. That there was a sale for it, and I got it, and that was really cool to get. I'll be interested to play it on the channel. So yeah, that was, as I said, there are some scenes of it, like the dark side of it, and as the sun was going away, you can see it go completely dark. It was so cool. Oh yeah, yeah, that's what they definitely will do. They definitely treat us like servants. Definitely, I understand the struggle. Subnautica is about underwater. It's about being underwater and exploring different creatures and stuff. There's a whole, game around it, but that's basically what it is. It's like exploring underwater, which I think is pretty cool. Okay. It seems like everybody's safe and sound, and hopefully they come back safely and everything goes according to plan. Right, and let's see this here. By the way, I like how we don't have any ads in the stream because I think ads are Temu. Definitely the ads in streams I don't like, so we don't have them in here. And Tony says dogs are more appreciative. Cats don't give a rat's eos. Yes, cats definitely don't. That is true. They like to bite sometimes also. So it definitely, you can see there's definitely a difference that can be seen in that. Absolutely. Oh yes, I have YouTube Premium for the, like, I'll show y'all the stream we just watched. I have YouTube Premium so y'all can watch that without ads. Now, I just don't put ads in my streams because I just think it clutters up the experience. Oh, if you had only one venue, it would be YouTube. Oh yes, okay, I gotcha. Yeah, I definitely see what you mean. Yes, absolutely, Tony. And because for me, I like the experience of the person watching to be good without the, like, I just feel those that don't have the YouTube Premium, it just would kind of clutter up the experience for them with different ads in a way. So yeah, and people seem to like the idea too, because I liked it. I have a stream of information. Oh, okay, Mermaid, understood. Yes, Tony. People do get frustrated. Like when I'm watching, was one of my accounts doesn't have the YouTube Premium, and definitely like someone's watching a trial or something political or whatever, or it doesn't have to be political. It is anything. It's kind of annoying when an ad gets in the way. Oh, okay, Mermaid. It's fine. I'm glad that you are here now. And yeah, so they went by the moon. It got very, very dark. Well, first it got really sunny. It was like an eclipse happened. It got really like bright, and then it went very dark. And that was the dark side of the moon. Oh, Operation Epic Fury tomorrow. Okay, that sounds cool. That sounds cool. Oh, you're celebrating. I gotcha. Okay. Tony says, "Have a drink on me." Right. Yeah, I remember that. I saw about that earlier. And yeah, Mermaid, Tony, shout out to both of you, Mermaid and Tony. Back. Yeah, Mermaid. Yeah, it's an operation that's going on over in the Middle East, and she says we already began certain stages of it. Okay. Okay. I see. Oh, you're about to record a new liminal space. Oh, good, Mermaid. Good. I'll definitely check it out later. Definitely awesome. Right, said I feel safe because I don't want October 7 happening here in America. Okay, yeah, I see. Yeah, liminal space is it's a Mermaid could explain. It's a certain game. Thanks, Alien. And new liminal game is what a girl made, and she started a channel like mine, subscribing to each other, and Epic Furry or October 7th. A piece is noise. Right on. That is true. Also, if that could be possible to happen. Right, it says liminal space are weird games that are nerving and weird, but it's like a weird bunch of rooms and big area. Yeah, amen, Falcon. Absolutely. I like that piece is noise. Yeah, and Mermaid has a cool channel about playing these video games. You know, these computer games about the pools, etc. So I recommend Mermaid's channel, and she does those very cool games. I just want to give her a shout out, by the way. Yes, world peace and justice for all. Amen. Oh yes, it was an alien game. Yes, aliens underwater. But you only know about board games. Yeah, yeah. Board games are fun too. I like Candyland. Oh yeah, I know. I got the two different versions of the game, and I look forward to playing it. Yeah, I know it's a surprise, and it's my pleasure to be there for you. And I really like your channel. It's scrolling very well. Yeah, a mermaid. I remember that when we were about to become friends on the smoke and scan. Yeah, I remember that. In the beginning, I was still doing the other types of live streams before I did these other ones, the more earlier ones. I remember those are some good times. Also, hard times in the world too. All you had was a deck of cards and board games. Oh, yeah. Yes, I am honored to be one of your biggest supporters. Absolutely. It was a. I remember in the beginning when you wanted to do it, and I said, "That's a good idea. You should go and do that." And that would be good for you to do. And you took action. Oh yeah, bittersweet. That's a good way to describe it. Yeah. I just felt that on the floor and cried and said, "We're next. Biggest supporters and it's mutual nice." Yeah, definitely very difficult times, Mermaid, and definitely have a right to be upset about that. Absolutely. She says, "I don't condone harm at anyone, but it seems to be history." Yeah, it's certainly we want world peace and for that to happen, but definitely not everyone wants to have peace. Yeah, definitely at times we are in some dark times indeed. Absolutely. But I do believe over time things do eventually improve. But yeah, we are definitely in some difficult times. When something's too late, it's already over with. That is another a good point. When something is too late, it's too late. That is true. But we would want a safe world where we wouldn't have to, have any missiles fired at us. Definitely. And definitely a good point. Yeah. Okay. So I realized I could just look at it through the screen. Yeah, we'll see how it goes with the conflict, and hopefully they can make it so everything is safe and America is not under any sort of threat. Yeah, Tony, there's lots of protests going on over there because of the regime that is in there. Yeah. And a lot of people being arrested and etc. Well, a lot of stuff like that's going on. So yeah, hopefully, Iran is, either if the regime, which I don't know what the easy answer is about how that would change, but because it seems there are people there that support the regime, but however it can be where it could be more free for people that and not attacking America would be good. However that would be done. Ivan says, "What if we all are just pawns in some kind of divine game, like Age of Empires of Warcraft?" Yeah, it could be, and that's why I am, concerned about my chat and the people there. Is the apple of my eye, and if my chat is concerned about something, I'm also concerned about it too. But yeah, I would hope we're not being pawns, but if we are pawns in something, there's not much we could really do about it. Or if there is something we could do about it, I'd like to hear the solution. But thank you, Falcon, for your take on this. Yeah, and yeah, it's. I think also we have to trust in God that everything will be okay. He is the greatest planner, so that's also good news to have, and we could do what we can do in our own power to make sure our country, world, etc., is a good place for everybody. Like North Korea also is another one that likes to shoot rockets. They shouldn't have one either. Because there are hostile countries that want us to be taken out. Transcendence. All right. Yes. We would want our country, the in general to be free. I could see where people would be concerned about that and want to be free. I understand that. Yeah, and thank you for your thoughts, chat, on this. Everybody has the right to say what they want to say of free speech stuff. So yeah, definitely we would want to preserve our freedom in our country. In our nation, our people, etc. Yeah, so the first thing of all is I believe everything will be okay, and that God will take care of everything, and having faith in Him, eventually in the long term, will be all safe and sound. Yeah, definitely. There's lots of concerning situations going on in the world that can certainly can keep someone up at night. Indeed. And I would like, and that's what he says. We are the greatest country on the planet, and I want it to stay that way. Absolutely. I agree. I think that we are the greatest country on the planet, and we would want to preserve freedom for all people because, freedom of speech, things like that, is important to preserve. Well, thank you, Falcon, um, very much for the love. I appreciate it. Well, yeah, because we are focused on America, but other countries, it seems far away, seem to affect us here. So it seems like we're intertwined with other countries far away. But I do believe America should always be put first, and it should be kept in the state it's in freedom and justice for all, and not be controlled by anybody or be forced into something where freedoms would be lost. Absolutely, I do agree. Yes. Very cool discussion chat, as always. A lot of people will be into their own motives and what they want to do for themselves. That is what a lot of times, and people might get twisted in the head, and all that happens. Then it leads a domino effect of other things happening that's wrong. Yes, Falcon, absolutely. Love Earth, indeed. And Tony says only a matter of time if ignored, and we'd be at risk. Oh yeah, and we don't want to be at risk to lose our freedom or anything else that we have going for us. So we must do what we can to preserve it. It's like a thief wanting to steal something; it will steal something valuable. That's why it has to be protected. Yes, those that do those actions, Tony, definitely are crazy, indeed. Mermaid said, "Sorry, was arguing with someone. People don't know history because they said we are terrible. America is terrible because we have the most highest intelligence and military." And Mermaid said, "This is why when they relinquish their hell great everyone, they will deserve. Sorry, but they're clueless." Yeah, Mermaid. There's a lot of people that may not see things like with any opinion. People may not see things completely or broadly of what is actually going on, and they may be influenced by a certain type of bias or some kind. And as they say, ignorance is bliss. And like a lot of times, people believe they're doing the right thing, but the worst things are done with the best intentions. So, yeah, just a lot of people are. If you gave people eyes, they'll not see. If you gave them ears, they would not hear. Yeah. So, okay, Murray, thank you for filling me in about what's going on. Okay, and oh, that's very sweet to say to Tony. That's very sweet. Yes, that's what Christ said. Yes, don't do unto others what you wouldn't want done to you. Yes. Tony says, "While because ironically, while we all love different things, we are all hate the same things." Yeah, I think universally, people in general that are normal will all love the same, have the same ideas, and will hate mutually other ideas. Yeah, because I think people are normal and don't want to do bad things. Others have basically the same moral values. Never saw the thief be okay with someone stealing from him. Yeah, like if a thief steals your money, then you steal it back. Does it make you a thief? Is the saying I've heard before. Yes, it is. It does seem to be the case. It's only okay when they do it. Right. Definitely. That is something very true. Like it's rules for thee, but not for me. Right. Yeah, very good points, chat. Yes, absolutely. And also with hopefully they bring inflation down as well, and they can help the Americans here that are struggling too, because there's quite a few people that are struggling right now in the country. So hopefully we're everything gets situated with the America safety where it's not getting like nuked, and also the people can buy groceries and not be, and other people like veterans and stuff can't be homeless. So would hope that all of that would be taken care of too, as well. Tony said, I never made any money, but I knew how to save it. That is good that you. That's good that you did. It's good that you do that. And a lot of people will. You only work part time. Well, I'm glad that he provided for you and he was able to do that, because it's good to. I'm sure you're very good at it, and you were a good wife to him. Yeah. So yeah, because a lot of, especially with all these subscription services that people have, like like Netflix and stuff. There's so many things people could spend money on, but a lot of times people don't, save it when they can save it. So there is that. All right, Tony says that's why I can still live where I live, because we always careful with money. Okay, and that is good that you're still in the same place, able to do that. That is awesome. I believe the house you had was pretty old, and it was really historical. I should say. I like historical houses. Okay, and Tony says we didn't go out much, but we entertained a lot of at home. 1886. Yes, yes, that's a while back, definitely. And entertain a lot at home. That's good. That's good. Absolutely, Falcon. Yes, indeed. Tony said someone else would have torn it down, but not me. Oh yes, yes. And you and I, great minds think alike. How able to, you know, admire and appreciate the history of something and want to preserve it. I love this house, and it's nothing fancy, but it's roomy. Yes, yes. Right, and his house, and it's nothing fancy, but it's roomy. Oh yeah, I bet it's very roomy, and I'm sure the architecture is extremely well crafted too. Uh, I wonder if there's. You may have told me before, but I wonder if there's ghosts in there. Uh, that would be spooky to encounter sometimes. What is the favorite band? That's a good question. Let's see. I like. I'll talk about like a newer one. When I was growing up, I liked Bless the Fall was a good one I liked, which I still like it now. Trying to think. I like some of the. That was one that I like listening to a lot. There's this other one. What's it called? Yeah, there were some Viking metal bands that I liked. Also, some of the German metal bands too. It's because the reason why I'm not naming one particular band because there's quite a few of them that I would consider a favorite. So that's to answer your question. And Tony says, "Oh, Ghosts." Damn right, but only for the first year we moved in. Right, right. Oh, okay. They got evicted. Yeah. Oh, Clutch is a good band. Awesome. All right, thank you. I'll check it out. Tony says, "I don't know jack shit about today's music. You're from the '60s. You know when music was great. Yes, yes. The the Beatles are a classic band. I like them, and they had a. My nana worked at the same studio that they played at. You know, those from the '60s and stuff are very classic and good too. Falcons said music went to pot back in 1900. Yeah, yeah. It seems like when everything went downhill. Oh, either the '90s, yeah. They had good ones in the '90s also. Okay, by then you're only listening to the oldie stations. Oh, the oldies music is very good to listen to. I like those. Very cool. You're into Marilyn Manson when you're about 12. Oh yeah, he's well known. I'm familiar with him. He's friends with Depp, Johnny Depp. I've seen some of his music before. He did a cover of the Nightmare Before Christmas. Tony said she wouldn't want to meet him in a dark alley. Scared. Scared. But I do know who he is, not just his music. Right. Right. Yeah, Falcon. Music that heals is very good because it could definitely heal the soul indeed. Mm. Yeah, dancing does heal the entire nervous system. And I think laughter, music, and stuff, all that's the greatest medicine. Indeed. Galaxies Dance. Yes. Yes, absolutely. That's all I care about back in the day, not drinking, but dancing. Yeah. Definitely it is good for the system, the body, and all that stuff. Yeah. See, Tony, that is a time period to envy because that was very good stuff back then, definitely. And the boogie had to be like one of the most epic things to look forward to at night when it was time for that. And look, you grew up watching American Bandstand. Yeah, Fax Falcon. Oh, okay, yes. I'm familiar with that, but I've not watched a lot of it. But I'm sure, like that must have been like the TMZ of its day, right? Yeah, definitely a great era. That a lot of people these days don't even know of stuff like that. They're just doing these things on TikTok that are sometimes silly. But what you experienced, Tony, was a really good time period because after a certain point, everything just went sideways. So yeah, that is very cool to remember. Oh, so many memories. That's good. I may have heard of that. Let's see. Yeah, yeah, I saw that a long time ago. I saw it. Yes. Yeah. So, and I thought that was a very cute, good movie. Yeah, I liked it. Like I said, and all we had were phones and TVs. Yeah, and the phones now are like these really high tech devices now. They You can watch movies and all kinds of stuff on a phone now. So it's the technology has gone a long way, but yeah, that's all y'all had was TV and phone. Oh yes, yes. I'm sure that at that time it seemed like a very large amount of choices at that time, and now there's like thousands of stations. Yeah, it was a George Lucas movie because it has to do with the Star Wars type character. You know, the Ewoks. Yeah, it was his movie. It's from Lucasfilm. Right. Yes, I think return with that movie. Now I will say that we'll be starting to wrap it up, and I will be doing the phone live of the garden live later on, just to give everybody a heads up. And Tony says, and the TV sign off time was 11 p.m., then midnight, then 2 a.m., but that took years. It took years. I didn't know that. Well, it seems now everything's done so instantaneously than they were before. You know, it's just I think back then it took longer to get things implemented with the stations and stuff than it did now. Yeah. Okay. Oh, until 1966. Okay. Yeah, so let's see. Look at the whole thing. Yeah, the 60s were nice. I wasn't there, but definitely really cool styles and stuff back then. Oh, then it started getting better. Oh, that's good. That's good. You know, over time it evolved to what it is now. Everything's all digital now, like on a phone or a computer or whatever. Oh, I know about Mighty Mouse. That's a cartoon character, I think, from a long time ago. And yeah, I've heard him be mentioned in memes and stuff. But yeah, Mighty Mouse is funny. I Roger Ramjet. I could have heard of him before, but I don't really know much about. I've not seen much about that one. I know Woody the Woodpecker. Yeah, that I know about that one very well. I've seen many of his cartoons. The Looney Tunes and Disney, old Disney and Looney Tunes cartoons are some of my faves. Yeah, those are really funny. I like the way they were animated back then. It looked very good. Yeah, I've seen they've had some different ones with Daffy Duck and all those characters. They can and Elmer Fudd. Yeah, all of them. I remember Sword in the Stone. Yes, that was a very good. That cartoon I watched growing up many times. I really like that about Merlin, King Arthur. Uh, I talk King Arthur on this channel a lot, so yeah, that was a very good one. Yes, the Roadrunner. There's a music park where around where I am a long time ago that had the Roadrunner, Looney Tunes theme park. It was really nice. There was nothing like the quality of major classics like Cinderella and Snow White. Oh, he was very creative and he was good at coming up with different types of movies and stories behind them. And Yeah, both of those are very good classics that were fairy tales that were created a long time ago, and they went and made them into these very artistically well done cartoons. So yeah, those are very brilliant classics that to this day are still popular. He was definitely a genius. Okay, so yeah, I like the way they did animation back then. I wish they could bring it back now, but I know it would take a lot of work. They would have like a light, and it would have all these different things hand drawn. Those are very good. Everything I do like 3D animated cartoons, but a lot of stuff, too many things are 3D now, looking over animated over the other types of cartoon animation. Tony says, "I miss real stunts and real costumes." Oh, a lot of things these days are they have stunt doubles now. I think they may have always had that, but a lot of things are like done fake. But back in the past, they did things more authentically. But yeah, that's why I like older movies mostly. Yeah, I know the older movies are something you and I both like a lot, and I like the black and white. I like the colored ones too, but the black and white are really classic. Yeah, they did authentic stunts 'cause they didn't have the technology, but then again, look more realistic. Oh, the cheesy sci-fi I think are really I think are really entertaining myself. I grew up watching those too, the replays of them, and it's something that kind of got me to the foothold of the well, being into the alien stuff I'm into now. Oh, you're a snob for it, yeah. It was so much elegance with it, and especially the costumes and the way people were presented back then is truly like the best, like psychologically and everything. Yeah, especially the horror movie ones. Because you and I both love horror movies. We've seen a lot. We've seen quite a bit of them, and it is it's things that a lot of movies these days lack. And when you had too much things artificially done, like with computers and stuff, it doesn't look as realistic as it did back in those old movies, which I need to reiterate. My favorite sci-fi is Aliens. Oh yes, oh yes, yes. That is obviously mine too. Just the Alien ones were add a lot of mystery and something from a foreign planet. It just activates all the senses and the storyline. It makes you like dig deeper into like what is going to happen next. So yeah, I like those a lot. You might see like a flying saucer or something, and people are like, "What is this thing?" And I even seen Alien itself. That certainly adds to the the sci-fi ness about it. So, that's why aliens are notoriously and classic. It's and now the Congress and the governments are talking about aliens more than ever, and they're going to expose and do alien disclosure in real life. So definitely, what you saw in that time was the beginning of eventually disclosure at some point in our future. So definitely, I think there's other life out there, and those movies did a very good job at presenting the case. You like the second one? Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, that one was good. Definitely. Yes, they're grooming us for the final reality. Yes, that is true. That is true. Because they had to condition people over time to eventually accept the truth. All right. Yeah, people wouldn't panic. Over time, if people get sensitized enough to accept it, and then they come out with it, because if they did it too early or too quickly, it could cause a public panic. So that is, I think, one of the main reasons for it. Yeah, there's some encounters people had with aliens that were not good, but the majority of aliens probably, they could have wiped this out already. That is very true too. Absolutely. Yeah, I see you there, Falcon. The nice Falcon call. Yeah. Yeah. Uh, Definitely their technology, Tony, is far more advanced than anything we have. That is something very true. And perhaps even more civilized as well. Like, I'm sure they could have electricity that would never go out, and they could heal diseases and cure things too. All right. And okay, everybody, so thank you all for coming. This was a good stream, and now we'll be ending it for the night. And Tony says, always makes me think of the Twilight Zone episode To Serve Men. To Serve Man. That Twilight Zone episode was very good because it's, you know, it shows the psychology of the people themselves were their own worst enemy, not even the aliens, and the aliens just turning them on each other. That was a good psychological one right there. So I definitely do agree, Tony, with that. Oh, it's been fun, Tony, and it's nice seeing you again. It's been a while, so thank you for stopping by, and have a good evening. Thank you, Falcon and Mermaid, everyone else that was here, and this way, and peace.